I fucking hate OBS. I spent 1 hour setting up everything because I saw a little bit of problems the previous time, and what happens afterwards?
Microphone muted. I clicked to unmute, but the OBS for some reason did not detect the microphone anymore. Whatever. As I was saying, welcome chat. How are you doing? Today we don't have the Dante jacket, because it's, you know, like 40 degrees outside, so not really the best opportunity for doing that. Not quite exciting. 1 second, how many drive? There is time. Let's talk a little bit. How are you doing? Did you already play the Intervallo? Maybe you don't even play Limbus Company in the first place. Damn, I fortunately didn't have any particular spoilers regarding this. All I saw was, Well Vader beginning the stream, I saw Kamui, me and Kamui actually talked. It's possible that, next week, we're gonna have a particular stream of Limbus with Kamui. Pretty mid Intervallo beaten, it's good. The duality of the Limbus fan! Just like when there was when they revealed the Uptie 5 for 4th Match Flame, the first comment was like, the ego no one invited, and the second one was like, the ego everyone invited. Yeah, always. Okay, I can't wait to see it in that case. I got spoiled by the announcer. There is a new announcer for this. I only know about the ego and the 2 IDs. The ego is for Blade Lineage Mersault, and the 2 IDs are for Ishmael and Honglu, right? Awful and mean spoiler of the Intervallo. In the last sentence, someone may or may not talk. Damn it! I think we can't play anymore, Linara. Thank you so much for ruining the entire Intervallo for me. Thank you so much. It took me a few hours to read through the first 4 notes. Oh, they pulled out a Limbus again, right? They pulled out a Limbus where they just made a node which is just infinite compared to the others. I saw that even during Canto 9. Did you uptight 5 the ego? I don't have enough resources. Like, I do have resources to uptight if I wanted to, but right now I want to keep them because they may release a new ID, or I may have to shard some stuff in the future. I still don't have all the IDs of the game, so in the current moment, I prefer to have everything so I can remove everything from the pool. You know what I mean? So, actually, let me show you the situation. Pim! So, let me reduce the volume of the music. There we go. So, for anyone who missed the previous times, this is my account. Hello. I already prepared the team I want to use today. I mean, just Blade Lineage bullshit. So, let me run you through the complex scheme of this team. Are you ready? So, Blade Lineage, of course, because the new ego of Mersault is able to boost the entirety of the team of Blade Lineage, because it gives a passive that, like, increases the coin power and the final power. Ishmael stays blank, because we're gonna replace her with the new Blade Lineage Ishmael. And then I fit in a little engine. We have the Ring Honglu. The reason I placed the Ring Honglu is because assist defense. So I said, oh, Pog. And I saw that, if I recall correctly, the new Ishmael has a synergy if the opponent has bind or something similar. On evade, inflict 1 bind on the attacker. That's perfect. Assist defense is broken. Bind is good. And it also offers some good recovery for ego resources with 2 remain oneself, which is also a poise ego, by the way, so everything comes together. I just hate that this ego is never gonna be obtainable from new players, as it's part of the Arknights collaboration, but the passive is so good. Like, among the ego resources consumed to use to remain oneself Honglu, gain 1 ego resource of the least owned affinity. I love egos that are just able to generate free resources for no cost. Because the more resources, the more ego spam you can do. This ego being locked forever from now on until they decide to pull a second Arknights collaboration or something, it's just so bad. They could release an alternative version of this that doesn't contain the Arknights characters. Like, they could call it To Remain Oneself, period, and they remove the Arknights thingy from the artwork itself or something. One of the best Honglu egos, I agree. Like, what else do we have for the he spot for Honglu? I should have most of the Honglu egos in here so I can actually check. For he we have Dimension Shredder is a revive, yeah, that's kind of cool, yeah. And then we have Effervescent Corrosion. I think there is even something else, maybe in the previous seasons. But yeah, I don't really recall any other particular interesting he for Honglu, because if there were, I would have already obtained them. Boo. They might be able to do a bot gag of the collab, perhaps, though I doubt it. I think they would need to get the... I don't know how does it work with contracts and such, but, like, I think they only have the permission to use the characters for the duration of the collaboration. Like, so they would have to do a second contract, maybe? I don't know why I'm talking about this kind of stuff, I don't know anything. And... so we have, yeah, Blade Lineage. Ishmael is gonna be Blade Lineage Ishmael. Honglu, because Assist Defense is broken. And then I fit in a little sinking team. As you can see, we have Faint Aroma, we have Night of Despair, we have Lamp, and we have Wild Hunt. Wild Hunt, yeah. Yeah, I don't really have any particular plans for the sinking part of the team. But the plan was either to go for sinking, or we would have just put a random poise ID for no particular reason. Like, there is a couple of passives in the team that are able to give, to generate poise counts and poise potency for the others. For example, we are gonna rely a lot on Toracalgia. But honestly, like, getting up a couple of poise IDs just because why not doesn't really seem into my tastes. You know, I just prefer to fit in a little sinking, so we can have both poise and sinking in case everything goes south. And everything is gonna go south because we are running this garbage. We are running this garbage. When I was theory crafting this team together with some other people on my Discord server, I made a realization. Blade Lineage fucking sucks! Blade Lineage sucks! Okay, like, it's a little bit outdated, at least in my mind, currently. Like, look at this motherfucker. Unused, gain 2 poise count, on it, gain 3 poise next turn. Meanwhile, look at, I don't know, the House of Spiders on Glue. Deal plus 10% damage for every type of negative effect. Inflict 4 bleed, inflict 2 defense level down, gain 2 defense level up. There is a second skill 1. You see what I mean? Then, yeah, it's just the old ID problems. The Blade Lineage is kinda outdated per se. And I don't really like the way in which they are fixing it. Because they're trying to fix these kind of old teams by doing stuff such as applying passives always active for specific IDs, or having a special effect for egos when used by specific IDs. And if on one side that's kinda clever, at least in the initial part, I am really scared this is gonna just devolve very soon into what happened in card games like Yu-Gi-Oh, for example. Like, in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not gonna say stuff too complicated. I think we all know Blue Eyes White Dragon, okay? Blue Eyes White Dragon is a very old card. So to make it work, it's not a meta deck or anything, but to pull out support that makes it work, they had to make so much stuff so convoluted just because they have to work with a vanilla monster that does nothing. You know what I mean? Or even Dark Magician. The idea is they're trying to fix something that is just not good enough, and I am scared if they keep going to this direction, we may just end up with so many complex clauses and subordinates in the description of egos and stuff such as other IDs, that it just becomes a mess of unusable garbage. Yeah, legacy support, in my opinion, is pretty bad in games like Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm very scared that Limbus could go into that direction. Like, is it just me, or Kim Ji-hoon mentioned in one of the streams that IDs were supposed to be replaceable and being power-crept while ego were gonna be the main point? Then what is even the purpose of trying to fix all the IDs? Maybe up Type 5 could be a possible fix for those, even though I don't think that they didn't announce a Type 5 for all the IDs, right? They only announced it for some egos. Dark Magician, Red Ice Dragoon, so awesome. So awesome! You need to play 2 vanillas to play that garbage. Yeah, in fact, guess what? It's not played anymore. Despite being one of the strongest cards ever printed, strongest unless we're talking about, you know, stuff on the ban list. It's not played because it has to work with bad cards. It has to work with bad cards, that's the problem. But in any case, I don't want to be too negative. So yeah, this is the team. And... chat. I personally think I stopped playing Limbus because I hit a wall and I didn't have IDs to make a good balanced team. Also, in my 30-40 hours of playtime, I've pulled 1 single league. I feel you. It's also a matter of how much time do you dedicate to the game. I don't dedicate that much time. But over the course of, like, I started playing at the end of Season 2. Over the course of all this time, I am almost at the point where I have everything in the game. Like, I am missing the Blade Lineage, the Heisho. I'm missing a couple of IDs in here, but then apart from that, everything else, mostly I'm missing one ego here, and then some stuff in Season 1 and Season 2. But I'm almost at the point where I have everything, so I'm almost at the point where I just can chill, where I can just stand back and be like, okay, whenever new IDs get released, I am gonna have enough currency to afford them. Pulled 10 times 3 goals, all of them off banner. Ah! Damn it! I'm sorry, Fran. I'm so sorry when that happens. Do you have Aisho slop? No, fortunately no. I fucking hate Aisho. I already expressed multiple times that I hate Aisho. The only thing I hope is that they're gonna, I think it happened in the past, I hope they're gonna pull out another target extraction Heishos, so I can just pull on it, I get all the Heishos, and I have to not care anymore for the rest of my life. You have lifetimes to Sinclair, broken account. Yeah, it's update 3 though, it's not update 4. Let me see, yeah, it's update 3. But it's a keep, because my only, I mean, I could play Impending Day. Honestly. Hexnail is good for, Bleed. Nah. No, let's play Lifetimes to Sinclair. It's cool. Heisho is the best Unga Bunga team. It's just not interesting to me. Like, Blade Lineage almost falls in a similar problem, where they all just seem too similar. Like, they are, of course, a product of being old IDs as well. At least, Yisang, Sinclair, and Dautis. But yeah, there is always something that doesn't stick with me regarding making IDs from a similar faction where they may just end up seeming just too similar in terms of mechanics. I got everything in 90 pulls, I'll take it. 90 pulls seems good enough, honestly. If I get everything in like 50, I'm gonna be very happy. Can I even do 50 pulls? I think, yeah, because 10 pulls would be, like, 10 pulls would be 13,000 lunacy. I pulled and Gregor Hohenheimer ruined my pools 3 times. 2 lamps and 1 shocks and deep. But I also got him. I love the design of Hohenheim. Every single idea of Hohenheim is so cool in my eyes. But yeah, I can imagine that feels very bad. I can imagine just feels that feels very bad. Well, I would say we can start with some pools. What do you think? So, we have Blade Lineage Ishmael to obtain, and we have the ego that puts together the entire team. I appreciate being able to use this ego without having to use any Wrath or Envy, at least if it's on Blade Lineage Mersault. I despise gambling. Well, Karas, I'm sorry for you, because Gemba's power. Actually, I do possess 2 assured Deca extraction tickets. So, I'm only missing, as an idea, I'm only missing Ishmael. Do you think it's better if I preserve the assured extraction ticket for the later banners? Or no? Does the assured extraction ticket work with the Walpurgis? Like, can I get the guaranteed 3 stars from these as a Walpurgis? I think no, right? Because Walpurgis IDs don't count as seasonal IDs. I wish. Okay, so no, it doesn't work, okay? So if I use the Season 7 3-star ticket, I cannot get units from Walpurgis, okay? You wanna waste it here and now? When am I gonna use it then for Elemental? Like, that's the thing I don't know. Because now I want to pull. If I pull, then the next time I'm gonna have the same problem. Am I gonna use this now or later? You're not gonna save them for the end of season? What happens at the end of season? Like, we already have everything. Only like 2 more Season 7 banners. I mean, yeah, we could wait until they release the 2 IDs on a banner. They could release Valencina Rodion and Heathcliff Lucio. Yeah, true. In 1 banner, so it would be 2. Nice muscles. Oh, thank you. I trained with Samurai Jack. You know what? Yeah, let's keep the guaranteed 3 stars, okay? Let's keep the guaranteed 3 stars. Let's go with deck extraction tickets. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna wait for Valentina and Lucio. They may be 2 IDs, which is a better chance of getting something from these. How do you decide who to pull for? There is a problem, Spiced Aubergine. I don't have to decide anymore, because I already have almost everything. Like, I am missing fucking Ufi Association Heathcliff, which nobody cares about. Right? Ufi Association is... I've never seen anyone mentioning Ufi Association Heathcliff in my life. So, like, I don't have to care about who do I decide to pull for. I guess I try to pull everything from the Walpurgis, and that's it. That's it. I don't really decide what to pull for anymore at this point. We are past the point of when I actually was lacking resources and such. Well, I care about Ufi. Yeah, but nobody cares about what you think for Elemental. You miss the Chief Host? Yeah, the incredible Chief Host. Well, Vader annoys me every single time regarding this fucking character. What the fuck is wrong with them? Okay. Yeah, you know what? Are we feeling lucky? Do we have any paid lunacy? No. How are we feeling, chat? What do you say? Predictions? Are we gonna get them in the first 10 pool? Are we gonna get them in the second, the third? We will not get them. What do you say? Oh boy. Oh, I got disconnected from chat. Oh, there it is. It's back. 50? Below 100? Well, fuck it, we ball. Bam! Come on, let's have a good start. It's gonna be one of those summoning session, right? Okay. It's just to relax, We got, we didn't get a single Ishmael, which means now...
Stop donating, okay?
We're gonna get her. Boomton, thank you for the 30! You must gamble as I have, of course. Let's gamba, Boomton! Come on! Okay, N-Corp is just boycotting the stream now. There is no way. It's already 20 pulls and nothing. Not even a random 3 stars off the banner. Come on. Let's try again. Are you serious? Okay. Oh, no. The ego! Okay, the hard part is over. The hard part is over. Good. Okay, now we just need the ID, which is easier. Now we just need the ID. Jesus Christ, okay. I should have enough thread to be able to apply this to maximum. Alright. Let me see. Was it a... Yeah, it's a he. By the way, can I say, it's not even a wow in terms of ranking. Look at this fucking bullshit. Look at this fucking bullshit. It's not even a wow. It's not even a wow. Can we stop printing egos that are like 15 pages if they're not if they're like Zane? Even the new Zane ego for Rodion, the base one is like, yeah, inflict 4 bleed, SP heal efficiency next turn, huh? And then you go into the sunset, clash power +1 for every 6 burn plus bleed, heal 8% HP for 2 allies, then apply Scarlet Moth, heal additional allies equal to the last resonance -1. It's a fucking Zane! It's a Zane ego! Bro! Boo. Whatever. Well, and now we're missing Ishmael. Okay, we can't find the ego anymore, at least. I would have been very pissed if I had found like Ishmael, and then instead of finding the ego, I had found more Ishmaels afterwards. Oh, do you see the pattern? Triple Rodion, triple Autis. This means the next one is Ishmael. Or maybe no. Wow, only the guaranteed 2 stars. These pulls suck! These pulls suck! Okay. Yeah, we got a couple of Ishmaels at least. Bro, it's an ID. It's not an ego. It's an ID! Again! Again! Not even any other 2 stars! Only the guaranteed 2 stars! Yeah, I think it's time to use the Season 7 ticket. It is time to use the Season 7 ticket, probably. You know what? It is the... No Walpurgis pulls. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna have enough pulls to get everything for Walpurgis. I think it's time to use the guaranteed Season 7. Come on, it's a 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. If I counted correctly, it's 1 out of 15 chance. What could possibly go wrong? That's a good start for a guaranteed ticket. What is going on? Not even another 2-star. Fuck off. Okay, what is that? Chat. What do? We have one more guaranteed Season 7 ticket. Or we can go for more lunacy. The Season 7 form railway. Yeah, I completed the railway. Would say that we can go for lunacy. Oh, thank you. Oh, let me guess. They're both gonna be doubles. They're both gonna be dupes. They're both gonna be. Please, please. It's all I get. It's all I have. Please. Come on. Okay. Fucking Owenheim again. Okay. Okay. Well, we are done with the tickets at least. We have only like what is it? 4 more pools available. This is what I deserve. This is what I deserve for, I don't know, getting the ego immediately. This is what I deserve. No, I don't deserve this. I have been a very good person in all my life. I don't deserve this kind of stuff. You know what? Let's just go. I don't care. Let's just go. Let's just go. No, no, no. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I'm not... Jesus fucking Christ, what is this guy? Oh, 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 oh! No! Fuck! Come on! It's from the banner! It's from the banner! What is wrong with you? So I prepared the entire team. I prepared the entire team assuming I was gonna get Blade Lineage Ishmael. I prepared the entire team because I wanted to have fun with the new ID. I wanted to try out new stuff. I wanted to try out new stuff. Please, please. I'm already dead. Please, just give me some. I'm already dead. So we have one more 10 pool, and then if I uptie someone to uptie 3, I can do another 10 pool. And at this point, fuck it, we ball. You will get it next week. No! No, I'm getting it this week! Okay? Um. Let me do an update 3. One that is very economic, very cheap. Any good 2 stars we can update 3? Lantern is already update 3. Yeah. What can I update 3? Mariachi Sinclair. It's already update. It's already update 3. Encore Peatcliff is good. No. Let me find something else. Those are already update 3. Ring Outis. Yeah. I guess we could update 3 Ring Outis. Yeah. Boom. God fucking damn it. Okay. Now, let's take a deep breath. And let's go again. Yeah. I'm gonna skip the story. Who the fuck cares about the story in Limbus Company? No, I'm joking. It was a joke. It was just a joke. It was just a joke. No, I'm joking. Just as a support. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to rely on that. If I fail this 110 pool. Please. The fucking announcer! So wait, the announcer is a spoiler? The announcer is a spoiler, right? Okay, if it's a spoiler, I'm gonna click and then I'm gonna turn around, okay? We failed again! Okay, I'm not looking. Okay, I think it's over. Oh, damn it. Chat, how do I click without looking at the announcer? Let me take a piece of paper. Okay. I have the Yu-Gi-Oh album of Star Pack that I'm gonna put on the screen, and then I have to click return. Okay. Good. Okay, I didn't see anything. Okay. So, fuck this game. Come on. Whatever. You don't know how to cover his eyes? Yeah, Mr. Sage, you cover your eyes and then randomly click a button on the screen. Yeah, you do that. Okay, so let's say goodbye to our... How many pulls did we do? 110 pulls! And no Ishmael. Nah. Yeah. Do I have a friend that has Ishmael as a support unit? I want to try Ishmael out. How do you use supports again? How do you use supports? You have to be in battles to use them. We have the Intervallo rewards. True. We're gonna have like the usual 20 tickets, I guess. Yeah, we do. Alright, in that case, let's begin the Intervallo. Jesus Christ, what an awful pulling session. Alright. So, I just have to make a quick announcement. Everything that you're gonna see in this footage is absolutely not recorded inside of the N-Corp. So yeah, I'm not pursuitable legally by the Taboo Hunters. I will not respond to any kind of questions. I am just here as an observer that is not gonna remember anything at the end of this. No one remembers anything about Limbus Cantos. They always watch like video essays and syntheses before the next parts of the story. Let's go. Boom. Okay. Consultation session. It was the karma for gambling before playing. Listen. I wanted to get my IDs. I wanted to get the ID for Ishmael. I guess we're gonna just have to take a support. And if I don't have anyone that has Ishmael as a support, I'm gonna take advantage of one of you in the chat. I'm gonna add one of you to the to the friends to get Ishmael support. Let's go! Alright, the no spoiler backseating. No spoilers / backseating on YouTube. Boom. And then no spoilers / backseating on Twitch. There we go. Perfect. Hope at least you enjoyed that summoning session, because for me it was garbage. It was garbage. Just use Walpurgis Ishmael, basically the same cause Zord. Yeah, that's right! Zord Japan, right, so it's automatically the same. Okay. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff has been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but... Deteriorating? It's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rodia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. A few days, Rodion is the worst character of the game. I will never stop saying it. Rodion is just the worst. Gregor is getting some redemption and some extra interesting parts of his personality. I just hope Rodion gets something eventually, because for now Rodion sucks. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team. Ooh! Distortion suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street. The Butter Street? I wonder what they cook in there, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that. And I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Out is Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang and Mersol were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Well, I know where 99% of the power is in this moment. Heathcliff, Gregor and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. I even know where 99% of this team power is. And with our onboard stock script down on the bottom, Roddy and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. They did together! As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off. I can imagine Rodion being like, I think we need more snacks for the bus. And Rodion would say something like ASBTL or something similar. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off. And though I'd miss, I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden dog power I acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. Oh, I remember we were in the discussion in the Jellenschaft in the previous canto. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but... this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be? You can't access the Jellenschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Cause you're acting a lot like you did back to the warp train. Ooh! It appeared there remain occasion on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Jellenschaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Welcome, Raylight! Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Jellenschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. No, yeah, of course he knows about the Jellenschaft. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only to you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions of the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary informations. Yeah. Not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory-wide procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power and Araya Shiki severing people from existence. I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? What? Yes, Bongi. Of all the things you could take as an analogy, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of its stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Okay, I mean, okay, that's the biggest stretch I've ever seen Faust taking in a discussion, but okay. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road. At the end of hell. Little teaser for Purgatorio. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Are they talking about a character creation menu where we can choose the face of our manager in the future once the clock head gets dropped off? I still have no idea what the aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began before all of this began, had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you are not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no, I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey, your star. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time. But keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Okay, so Dante now is able to... Okay, so we can summon sinners where they're all together concentrated in the same places, but if we have to distort our attention into too many different places, it's difficult. Okay, fair. I like this idea of Dante needing to master more the power. This also leaves out the potential in the future, if they ever want to give a second type of power to all the Durantes. Like, you know, Chesed, for how interesting it is with the Demorositas being able to give you 3 turns of evening out offensive and defensive power, feels like something that in the long run is gonna just slowly become obsolete. Unless the fight is specifically done to be unwinnable without Morositas. Morositas doesn't seem that important in most situations, so like if they give you extra upgrades maybe in this kind of powers could be interesting. Autis' team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Dude, entering battle at a store for like getting a discount. Picking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner status. Imagine in the future we get a multi-wave battle where we use different sinners in every one, like the purple team battle in Ruina. I think there is gonna be. I think there are gonna be like a double team battles or something similar. It would be cool if we had. It's never gonna happen. Like when Kim Ji-hoon talked about having raid bosses in the game, I thought they were gonna do something similar to a multiplayer-ish experience where you were gonna be able to fight with other players at the same time, a boss maybe having both of the sinners on both of the sides of the arena, but then we got to Reflect Trial, and I kinda lost hope in that, because I think Reflect Trial is the raid bosses they were talking about. Not necessarily a clan, but like being able to fight certain enemies, taking advantage of the fact that there may be other mirror worlds where other people are coming there and are trying to fight the same opponent, you know? Like a interdimensional, inter-mirror world type of boss, or something similar, but raid bosses are Reflect Trials probably, so goodbye any possibility to implement a sort of multiplayer. Whatever. But that wouldn't give me much, the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right. And I would also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they are doing. Yup. Pulling it to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team is still doing pretty well, even without my directions. Oh, nice. As for Rodia, wait. Did she stuff all of the pastries and bread she brought into her pockets? How did she manage that, that with a huge baguette? Fucking Rodion. And how is his group? Let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Host. There is a dude I've never seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. If you've never seen him before, how is he different from what you remember? Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Like, sorry, but how do you... Like, if you don't know them, how do you say it's different from what I remember? I know, I have seen before. I cannot read. I cannot read. There's a dude I have seen before. Okay. It seems different from what I remember. What are they talking about? Vespa, maybe? I saw the old design of Vespa at the time of Distortion Detective. The one where he was not a color. And honestly, the design was fantastic. I want to read Distortion Detective soon. Not meeting the PM fan allegation. Sorry, I cannot read. Yeah, that's true. I'm a PM fan. I am not scared of. I'm not scared of talking about it. I have the Dante cosplay in the house. So yeah, there is a dude I have seen before. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Okay. But like, yeah, the raid battles is what I would like to see in Ruina being implemented as a mechanic. Underwear fixes. I don't think that's the thing. What would you guys want from as an implementation in Limbus? Like a mechanic which is still not present and you think would be like, bro, this mechanic would be fantastic, I would love it, something similar. Do you have any takes like that? I am curious. Rendezvous. Naked Heathcliff Baddon, I feel you. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Guaranteed rolls at the cost of sanity. Well, well, I guess once we're gonna get IDs on the level of units on the level of a certain Sinclair, that's gonna happen. Technically, Sinclair is able to roll for 100% heads. So yeah, it's not at the cost of sanity, but yeah, one day we're gonna get those probably. Normal skill slot gain instead of what we have now. Normal skill slot gain? You mean like if you place one single unit in the battle, it's gonna slowly gain more actions? I think they took that option away in most battles because with the new IDs it would be kinda broken. I have no idea honestly why. Because in the past I remember I used that too. Like I started certain battles, especially in the earlier cantos, with one unit less in battle, so I could have one more skill on one of my IDs. Rolling up to fight Roland, only to have him say, I don't know what you guys are using nowadays, but I'm actually still using die. I mean, that could work. I mean, the library has its own library rules, right? No? That's still available. Yeah, but not in all the battles. Like, with the chain battle, you kinda removed the possibility to do it in most of the battles, as far as I remember. Like, if now you enter in a battle with 6 units instead of the maximum of 7, especially a chain battle, then you do not get an extra skill slot, an extra skill slot on anyone, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I remember we had this exact discussion when I said that during the fight against the Barber... yeah, because I tried to do it against the fight with the Barber. And it didn't work. You still do? No, chat.
we are having periodically this discussion, okay? We are having this discussion periodically. No. I am pretty sure you can't do it, can you? Can you or not?
I just did. So you can. Then why didn't it work against the barber? I recall very well we were streaming the Don Canto, and I was fighting the barber. Because in Don's Canto it's only 6 IDs, not 7. Yeah, but if you play 5, shouldn't you get a 6th skill slot? What does that mean? Like, that's not an explanation that you cannot do it because it's only 6 IDs and not 7. I don't know, it shouldn't work. But whatever. Okay, you can still do it. Then what is the normal skill placement Bards of Slow was talking about? You get the 6th skill slot after 1 turn, as far as I know. We will see. We will see. Okay. Earliest ID gets the skill slot next to... Okay, listen. After this story, we're gonna go fighting the barber. After this story, we're gonna fight the barber, I swear. Let's see. OTC's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected. Oh, finally Out is shining as a sort of commander of the team. But we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your handle of arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging your arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it! Scatter! That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Come on, Sinclair is a kid! Sinclair is a kid! Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand down doth indeed make boast of a chivalrical elegance. Yet, when thou suddenly waves the thine arm about clenching and unclenching thy hand in a mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou means to say. To think all of that personnel in the team, only the Zwabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. True, I don't know them. Okay. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Autis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Ezra! Hey! Pretty cool, huh? God, I love this character. I did not read Distortion Detective, I love this character. She seems so goofy. She seems so goofy. And you know, the goofiest ones are usually the strongest ones, so I can't imagine what happens when she gets serious. Pretty cool, huh? Let's face it. I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortion upstairs? Hmm? Oh, finito a million years. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I would take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Right by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending. Sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? Oh, hello Mercer, are you ready for your canto? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appeared to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And the distortion I landed on... probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's head all upstairs. This operation request is kind of a pain. We need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How... was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? These had off been destructive of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess I remember when we were going to do the hierarchy celebration and we didn't even know we were gonna actually participate in there at all. We thought we were just in there because reasons, because a little nice vacation, a little holiday. This fellow was awesome. Welcome, D9. We will see. Guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we are upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean... Mr. Bambuat and Kim is also here! Oh! We weren't able to see them during the interval, right? During the interval of Rufo. Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. Ego? Ego? Nah. Maybe Sheen. Everyone has Sheen nowadays. But last time, you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Sanctus stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. So she's gonna have like some prosthetic arm or something because her arms were cut off in the count, right? It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. God, this art is so cool. Look at them. They almost seem like Zilo from this with this view in this black and white scenario. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then, what exactly is this light? Why is this thing gone again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. Huh? It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. Is this Bamboo talking? That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't... Or maybe it's Moses. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something or you broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But mental... It is Bamboo talking! Is this the first time Bamboo has talked on screen? But Mentor... Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. I wonder what kind of voice... I'm gonna do a very deep voice for him. Yes. And that only works if you are savvy about the knack. Hang on. Did you just say mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Oh, look, it's John Blade lineage. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Ooh. Switch. Where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. Oh. Eh? Known as Bamboo added key. Bro, why is he so hot? Bro! So hey, that has been staying there since library. That's the face that has been fighting Roland and it's just bored as hell on the sofa. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say, pleased to meet you, folks. Bro, that's Bamboo goated Kim, not Bamboo hatted Kim. So are they just gonna drop the dress? Are they gonna do a little change of... Even the design of Engdu was kinda cute. What? Bro! He's so cute! But what was holding up the dress in that case? Maybe a mannequin or something. People on Twitter were saying he's so ugly. You know, it's funny. The other day, I have seen someone doing a video critique on Devil May Cry 5, complaining about Lady and Trish for being ugly in Devil May Cry 5, and I'm like, bro, you've never seen an ugly person in your life. No, Bamboo is fine as hell. Are you joking? I am not gay, but he's... Happy Pride Month. I'm not gay, but he's so cute. What do you mean? Okay, so... More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-hatted king I remember was a man who had drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless heavy voice. That, however, has been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yep. We double-checked with Edzrand. She said he really is the same guy. Bro! The ugly person, by the way! Ugly person, by the way! Look at that! I would smooch that face immediately. The ugly person, by the way! Yeah, totally ugly person. Look, he's so cute in that outfit. Are you joking? Boo. People have never seen an ugly person in their life. They only think that this one is ugly, boo. Oh, that fire in your head is not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. So what, is he just gonna be the kind of lazy type person? No, Mersol doesn't have any sloth skill on his bamboo ID, unfortunately. But wait, the ego we have that synergizes with Blade Lineage has sloth in it. Wow, we found the sloth finally. Can you check again, just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the subtle, insidious man we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of... I can imagine Bamboo, like Tarzan currently, going around the cheetah being like, oh, woman? Oh, lots of ticking and talking going on. Supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further communication would be redundant. It really is Tarzan currently. Further confirmation would be redundant. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Engdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? You're like one of the coolest and most aura-farming characters ever, but right now, honestly, I'm loving this design. I love the decision of making them finally talk. Like, if they want especially to dedicate this Intervallo more to the figure of Bamboo-Hatted Kim, it was impossible to not make them talk. They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. Is this a resprite of Engdu, by the way? I don't remember she looking like this the previous time. They kinda resprited her, right? Or something similar, I think. Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember something different in here. Yeah, she's cute too! But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the King. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Engdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who has a stalk that is me, don't you think? Yet, I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? Because they're unfamiliar, like... No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. I love him. I professed my love for Bamboaded Kim. Can we get an alternative ID for Mersol, where we can change like the skin to make him look like this? I want to see Mersol with this hair and with this design. Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell. How many fingers am I holding up? It's the first person that is trying to communicate with Dante. Like, even the sister of Honglu, Shichun, even Shichun did not really try to conversate with Dante. She was just saying out loud words, and then she was just annoyed that she was not able to understand Dante. He's actually trying to be like, what if I do this? What if I do that? I love him. Those are not my eyes, you know? Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and untouchable fields of grass clears the storm of the heart. Bambo is awesome, yeah. If anyone says he's ugly, they've never met a man in real life. Like, Bambo is like an Hollywood actor. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider-Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let the guard down anytime soon. Fair. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to... Yeah, the mission caused after your beloved Engdu lost her arms, right? You know, that mission, for example. Yeah, that mission. Seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis. Oh. Although his hands was still on my head. I'm imagining the fucking meme of the one putting the hand on the shoulder and being like... Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I am really not all that about hard, bothersome work, get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who is forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. He's as lazy as me. Only do stuff if you... Only do the stuff you need to do if you're at the last possible moment and there is no other choice. He really is Roland. I was thinking about Roland when I saw him laying on the sofa. I'm really not some big shot Hank who's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then Force hired me calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's its name? Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department. To listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Agdu, dear, there are times where your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. To shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Ah! Bro! I can only live in darkness because Engdu is so bright. Jesus fucking... Okay, that's a little bit... He was a little bit overcooking in there, I feel like. But if I was Engdu, I would be pleased. I mean, it's my mentor. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Or if I go... Look at the face! Look at the face! Look at that face! Well, if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes or yes to every silly thing he says and turn into a deeply supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank when you still can, or you'll end up broke. Good suggestion advice from Ezra, by the way. Good life advice from Ezra. Yeah. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. You can... Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort. Yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maids of stores to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor to you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are not strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of on the wind. Oh, it's just a pair of sunglasses, guys! Chill! Yeah, Engdu is... I mean, at least you can see the appreciation between teacher and student in here, okay? The yes woman. Yeah, but, like, I appreciate Engdu in this. Maybe she's exaggerating a little bit too much, but, honestly, like, I appreciate this kind of bond with Bamboo added Kim, honestly. I mean, Bamboo added not anymore. Now it's just Kim. Now it's just Kim whenever we look at him. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard a gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. Blue-haired Kim. My apologies for interrupting your amid conversation. Pray, continue. Are they actually this close during the discussion? Like, is Engdu, while talking about all of this, actually getting closer and closer to Kim? Like, my apologies for interrupting your amid conversation. Girl, relax. It is! She's actually getting closer! You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Engdu's words left their lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there is a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Bunch of people here have been saying Kim stole the TV Kira had in her house of spiders. I can imagine him being like in the process of doing an important mission. Oh, look, a cool TV. I could watch some nice thing on this one. I love him. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. There they are. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms, Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. And somewhere in another mirror world, there is the one who Shoal Grip that is actively trying to kill Engdu in this moment. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms. And I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. Wait a second! If this Kanto is bound to N-Corp, like... entering in N-Corp together with a person that has prosthetics isn't kind of a, like, death threat? Like, isn't it a risk to enter in N-Corp with someone that has prosthetics? Are people just gonna be mad about it? Like, N-Corp hates prosthetics, no? That's all the stuff that Cromer was trying to prop into, even to Sinclair in the past. That's why we have a fucking idea of Sinclair. What's gonna happen with that? Not all of N-Corp hate prosthetics people. Let's hope not. Let's hope you're not gonna meet anyone that hates prosthetics today, then. And I remember Edge asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthetics she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms. Even their clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. Yeah, it's not a taboo to wear prosthetics at all, anywhere, and even in N-Corp. But, yeah, like, I can imagine Engdu going around like Eldians were going around in Marley in Attack on Titan and being told like, scum of the earth, and getting like spat on or something similar. With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up her dark metallic wrist as if to showcase them. The components fixed along the arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such grateful smoothness! Went to machine articulation. This is as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthetics of the illustrious secret himself. Yup, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwarz Industries' N7 lineup. But I thought that model was discontinued? Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Doubt you will find another one like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching on his chest. Yeah, and 7 is just a name, probably. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? Master Sinclair! It wasn't hard to understand what struck her tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But, sorry. Just reminded me of something from a long time ago. Yeah, it's been 2 years, right? From Canto 3. Or 1 year and something. No, I think 2 years. Limbus has been running for 3 years now, so... Yeah, probably Canto 3 was released for Christmas. So, yeah, I think 2 years. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had given a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Edward that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on the very type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Ooh! Oh, please, girl. We worked just for 4 hours! That's nothing! While everyone was distracted taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kimet quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Tarzan Part 2? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? I wonder if his attacks are still the same, just without the hat. No, I think, yeah. Kim is just wearing the hat to hide himself from the brightness of Engdu, as he was saying, or all that gibberish, whatever that meant. But yeah, all in all, I just think that Kim is gonna fight at the exact same way. There is some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's Autis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if he had realized something. But Mersord's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. Huh? I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge the section on the ceiling there. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Mersol took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a firm roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4? It appears to be a compact roll for a field camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Mersol's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by Anchor were particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Autis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Any tips for someone new to Limbus? You can either focus on the story and play at your pace, or you can reach all the way back to do the mirror dungeon to get the weekly lunacy. I would say you could think about sharding Fluid Sack Faust. It's an ego from the first season. It's very good. And it can probably carry you in multiple battles if you're having difficulties. Do your dailies. In general, don't really bother about having to pick a proper team. With most of the new units, you can probably have an easy time regardless. You don't have to chase any particular unit to complete most of the content of the game. Only, the very end game content is a problem, but you're gonna reach that in, a couple of weeks or months, depending from how fast you're gonna go. So yeah, just play at your pace, get Fluid Sack, and that's it. Do weekly mirror dungeons for the currency. Shards allow you to get any unit in the game for free, and the lunacy allows you to do pools. I refuse to ever use Fluid Sack. Fair, but it's just a fantastic idea, fantastic ego in general. Anyway, we have managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free from the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. Is this a part of the story expanded in Distortion Detective? Trying to be free from the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. Probably something related to Distortion Detective, I guess. Any unit? Yeah, shards allow you to just get any unit from the game. All of them. Whatever you want. Yes? Interesting. Okay. Did they get in trouble for some reason? Misconception, they say, by the way. So they didn't actually do anything, it's just a mistake. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories even every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain all-deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't you cleaned up the distortions already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other senior teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppress has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? You can't shard last season IDs during current season and Walpurgis IDs only during Walpurgis. Yeah, but again, you don't need them. Of course, if you want your cool anime character dressed up in the clothes you like, then yeah, that's a limitation. But you don't need them. At this point, all the teams for all different stats are fine. We got a pretty good team for everything. Even if the current season gets locked out, you can still go to Heisho's. If Heisho's are currently locked, you can go for, I don't know, Charge. The new Hohenheim is very good. You can go for Envy Resonance. It really doesn't matter, as long as you just have to make a team working. But apart from that, you don't really need a specific team. And with all the runes you get from the Cantos, you're gonna be able to make your team. At least one team. And then you can work your way from there. Burn is still struggling, no? I have cleared the refraction railway with burning. Not to brag, not to brag a bit, but you know that dragon everyone was having troubles with? Well, I used the fucking burn to kill the dragon, okay? I used the fucking burn to kill the dragon, okay? So if you want to say that burn is not good at the moment, well, I cleaned some of the hardest parts of the game using burn, so bad my ass. But yeah, burn, I feel like it's gonna become power crept unless they give something to us similar to Black Flame, because as enemies gain more HP, the burn status progressively become weaker. But I still think if you have Magic Bullet out, this is still a pretty good team. I love burn. I love burn so much. I love burn so much. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too hard with your help. Edzva swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. No, burn is worse than the others, but it works. Like, you don't need to have another team to clear most of the content of the game, and it's not that difficult even with burn, that's what I mean. Yeah, other teams are faster. If you are optimizing, then yeah, sure, you're gonna take another team, but yeah. Some people have fun optimizing, some people have fun playing the characters they like, and so on. Really, as long as you have, like, chat, Limbus Company is the most accessible game ever in terms of team composition. You can just play whatever, and you're gonna be able to perform decently, you know. Sasso, thank you for the 100 bits, buddy. Today, no real games. Shut the fuck up, Sasso. The day you're gonna play an actual good game, I'm gonna see you playing Limbus Company instead of that VR bullshit you keep playing on your PS5. Inferior device, my ass. Shut the fuck up. Edzva swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point of on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may be less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polysim referring to the point of at which distortion occurs. The motive, intent, or indeed the point in which the inflection of the mind occurs. That's about it. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Try the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens that door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yeah, that's the one! From where we are standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. Almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to... Was that not so? Of course not! Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south they send a request to the company or to our detective's office. It's similar to Limbus players, you first try with win rate, if it doesn't work, ego spam. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the TVI and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Edzva gazes down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits, and the logo on the collar of the uniforms and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Mersol... Employed in N-Corp, yeah. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Mersol, the character that never talks, the character that never says anything that is not strictly necessary. Yeah, sure, he's gonna talk, absolutely. Do you know who these guys are, Mersol? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the Pinframe team of service and the... Of Survey the Clue? I guess that's the pronunciation. Service the Clue. Mersol recited the information as though we were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay. Pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many fields departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and the intersector. That would be enough. Oh, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it will be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's Pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby backstreet like these? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Edra staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Mersault, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Mersault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. The tremor? New tremor ready for Mersault for their canto? A leveling stare that came with... There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subject. I love Mersault. I love Mersault. I love Mersault. I love Mersault. That's exactly what I think. I love him. I'm gonna screenshot this. I'm gonna put it as a fucking desktop background or something. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective, without exception. I love him. I love him already. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with this turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then, tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the backstreets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Yeah, because his canto is getting closer. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see my bad," as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Yeah, there is Honglu taboo hunter in the reward, so we know we're gonna be taboo hunters. Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings, for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve of the fold of their garments. Lady Moses had been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her, but with a single glance. Yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Aw, I like the idea that she is now kind of a student even of Moses, like she's the little adopted child of Kim and Moses together. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one is a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out of an N-Corp staff coat and read its content aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. Again, Butter Street? This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, had me arrived to make debut as a detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out her detective props that had been given to Rod Yoshu and Donglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Autis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Man, imagine having fun. Imagine enjoying your work. No, God forbid. Okay, then. We should be moving too. Imagine enjoying your work as a detective. Imagine. No, couldn't be me. I love the direction they're taking with the expanding even the operators we are working with. Like in the initial Cantos, we didn't have any helpers during battles for the most part. I like that now they can just pull the card off. Oh, you know, LCD is gonna work with you, and then you can have Vespa helping us on a boss fight or something. And one day we're gonna be at the same level of Vespa. Misconceptions. Oh, it's a battle. Uh-oh.
Your chance to be a big shot.
Gunter, welcome back to the big shots, buddy. 28, I don't have anything to say. 28 what? Potatoes, bananas, or months of memberships? Thank you so much, buddy. Okay, let's see. Misconceptions. Ha! Look! This is exactly what the perfect scenario to allow us to play with all the Blade Lineage. If only I had Blade Lineage Ishmael! Excuse me, sir, viewing. Thank you for the 10. And Corp Class 2 agent here. Oh. The stream will soon be taken down due to the following reason. Breaking and Corp... No! Wait! Is he gone? Is he gone? Chat, do you... Is that N-Corp member gone? Do you see them? Chat, scared. Do you think I can try to open up Limbus again? I'm gonna click. Okay, Limbus is back. Okay. I see no one around here, so we should be pretty fine. Okay. Thank you so much for the support, though. If you ever see this message after I escaped already. Thank you so much. I'm not muted. What do you mean? I'm not muted. Cat? I'm not muted. What do you mean?
Be a big shot.
Quilletava, welcome back to the big shots. Nice muscular arms, buddy. Thanks, buddy. We'll appreciate that. Okay. Well... We very are still here. No, you're not there. You're just a product of my imagination. Excuse me, sir, viewing. No. You're just a product of my imagination. No, you're not there. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, I think we need to take a support unit for these. So, we need to take a support unit. How do you take supports? How do you take supports? Support. How does it work again? Go back and it's on the right side. Ah, there. Okay, let's see if anyone has Ishmael already. Okay, chat. Anyone wants to be my friend? If you have an Aptypho or Ishmael with some good egos equipped, please, can you put your friend ID in chat? Because I think me and even other people in chat may want to use your Ishmael. Do you... If you have an Ishmael, Aptypho, or Blade Lineage, please add me as a friend or give your ID. This is my... I guess just give me your ID in chat. I'm gonna add it myself. There is more stuff in the inbox in the meantime. I have space for now. There it is. W0433 blah 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 blah. Okay. I know that you are called Unique Advertisement, and you are giving me your friend ID. Add a friend. This one. Oh, yeah, that looks like an Angdu Aptypho if I've ever seen one. Okay. Thank you so much, buddy. There we go. I guess you can even exchange your IDs between you guys if you guys are missing friends for particular IDs or something. Yeah, take advantage of the chat to do that if you want. That's not how it works. That is how it works, no? Didn't I just add them? No. It's been ages since I added friends. How does that work? Friends. Add a friend. Discover with ID. Boom. Search. Ah, I'm an idiot. Okay. Okay, I sent my friend request. Ba-da-bum. She was there. He's right there. He's right there, what? He was there? Wait, did I... But I didn't send a friend request! You had the ID? Am I just blind? The blind polo moment again? Listen, Project Moon players cannot read, I cannot see. Where is the ID? Ah! Okay. Okay, there it is. Uptype 4. Let's see what eagles do we have. 100-footed Death Maggot. Bygone Days. Tidal... Oh! Uptype 4. Wow. They are all Uptype 4 apart from Bygone Days, which whatever. Nice. Pretty good, Ishmael. Good job, buddy. There we go. Ah, now we can play. There is an importance in the deployment order for something, if I recall correctly, but whatever. Let me uptie this one. Boop. Boop. Bada-bam. Uptie 4. Uptie 4. We increase the max amount of clash power and the damage we can deal with that. More damage. You know what? You know what? Update 4. Okay. Update 4, whatever. Now. I guess we have enough percentage bonus. I'm sad that it's capped at 120, unfortunately. Let's try. Let's see if Blade Lineage Out is able to not suck with this team. We spent a long time rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There are sure a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I have confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Angdu. I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like the team leader, I would have passed the royal examination long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal... One swung. A sword does not retrace its arc, Angdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Huh? Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Oh, to you, not dwell on what can no longer be undone. I misspoke. I did not mean in that way, Yangdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Huh? Oh, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. That spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same sword have been repeated at least 80 times. Yeah, it's really behaving like Roland in this moment. Like, since the moment we met him, it really seemed like Roland. I wonder if they're trying to do a sort of comparison to how Roland operates. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Angdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down! Are you really doing the write that down meme? What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. if hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so. Perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Okay, there is something wrong in here. Why the IQ of Engdu is going below room temperature? Like, since bamboo-headed Kim since blue-haired Kim appeared on screen, she has been behaving like a moron. What is going on? Like, where is the strong warrior we have seen during Canto 9 that was almost on the point of dying for the purpose of the mission? Bro, what the fuck is going on in here? Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Engdu follows so devotedly. Where is all that dignity and the forbearance Engdu said he had? Young Engdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but, I too, when speaking to the others, or of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet, I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing a mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted upon me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant you opportunity, you may witness mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, or with such a chance. Engdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. I would love to see that. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Oh? Besides, unless I speak with his feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for you to trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." For so... That has been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was, I get it now. Hello? They look like Mr. X from Resident Evil, just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends. The door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. They're part of the service, the clue. Wait, who are these people? Did they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we have come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the Encore employees, I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden... Is this the misconception again? The misconception that Moses was mentioning? A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. What is this sound? Seems like a little radio. Yeah, there was the same pop and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Huh? Where? It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Saying it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Engdu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this only was not quite so wretched to inform, was it, Mentor? Huh? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah. This place. Did you just get teleported to S-Corp? Huh? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think... I know what this is. Illusion from a golden bow? This is a presence. Ah, no, the distortion that we mentioned. Okay. I haven't been able to detect it just until now. But somehow, it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The very stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque form, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortion where the aircorp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager. It's this is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh! God, they're so cool! Shunokun. Where heads are pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopa robes were approaching us with dragging and uneasy steps. Look at those eyes! Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Engdu? My blade is poised to strike Lady Ezra. And wait, where is the bamboo-headed dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. What do you mean? He said he has no desire to cross blades with the Chunokuns of Escort Wise. Oh, come on. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeated offender, that's for certain. Okay, but I wanted to see more bamboo-headed Kim fighting. Whatever. Executive manager. Wherever Kim has gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking travel questions. Right. Let's do what Ezra said and get ready for battle. On our orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle! Men use the Nigerunda Yo technique. Music. Ha! There was the camera sound! I heard a camera sound! There was the... On Clash Lose, gain 1 head-splitting memory. Gain Bind. But also Clash Power Up, okay. So give up speed in exchange for extra power. More damage for every bind on target. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees to corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. Bro, this music! The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, Bezors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as means of communication with distant allies. Gain points on Clash Win for every avulsion wound on target. Okay, I think unfortunately we're gonna just win with the ego with the win rate. Oh, Ezra, welcome back. Oh, and even you. Oh. Cute. Any lore? Any lore? Any lore around here? Any lore around here? Assist defense, thank you. Oh, there we go. Duck heavy arms, okay. On the outside, it looks no different from prosthetics you might find in other nets or backstreets. Oh yeah, okay, this is the line of dialogue about those prosthetic arms. Yeah, it's the same for the most part. Okay. It works with the blade lineage allies as well. Okay. The great yapping is upon us. I mean, yeah. Descriptions are done on purpose. I don't think... yeah, I don't think they're gonna be different on Ezra. That seems similar to what I saw the previous time. Okay. In that case, we can go. So, we need Pride to trigger this thing on turn 2. It's only 3 Pride, so we can go. Boom. And we need only 3 Pride for the Resonance of Merceau. Pre-carried by Ezra. I mean, it's a normal battle. It's not a boss fight. It's like you don't need to be carried while fighting. Now we are fighting a coughing baby. You don't really need a help to fight a coughing baby in this moment. Especially we're using the new ego, so we are supposed to be strong. You know, new ego plus the new IDs. It's been a while since I played Poise. I think the last time I was effectively able to play Poise was during Canto 6. What project? Thank you for the raid on Twitch. The voices are here. Thank you so much. Were you playing Voices of the Void? Lurks delivered straight to your house. What are you playing, buddy? Oh, now we can go with the ego. There we go. So this thing, when used, gives a drink to the fallen, and drink to the fallen allows us to give... on Pride Resonance, we can give everyone Swordplay of the Homeland the true essence. Which means power. Boom! Let's see the animation. I did not see the whole animation. Yeah, I care about it because of the final power plus extra coin power in terms of clashes. That's gonna be important if we want to win anything with the Blade Lineage outies. It makes you strong. Yeah, yeah. The Blade Lineage outrolls HOS, Ryoshu now, so HOS. What does the HOS mean? Let's see! Ooh! Damn, that's so cool! Oh, they did the shot with the moon behind. Classic. Classic, I love it. We're to see BL Don S1's roll over 20. Really? Well, does this mean that Blade Lineage is good now? Limbus 7.5, the regular checkup thing. Ah, you're recovering Limbus. I see, I see. I might want to leave cause spoilers. No, yeah, leave. Trust me. Trust me. It's not the correct time. Leave. Absolutely. No! I wanted to make Pride Resonance. No. Wait a second. I just realized one thing. So the Pride Resonance that I need to make to give everyone the Swordplay of the Homeland is in a team where not everyone has only Pride skills. Like, we don't have access to a defense skill on Faust, which is Pride. We don't have access to... I mean, we have the Pride Ego for Faust, technically. Because I would like the most resonance I can get, and Sinclair has to wait for it to claim their balls. Bleh. Oh, wait. It doesn't need to be connected to activate Ishii passive. No, Ishii passive, yes, but I wanted more Swordplay of the Homeland. Most functional Season 4 team. Yeah, I haven't played this since Kanto 6. Like, this is the team I used when I was fighting Elder King Heathcliff. And then I never used it again. So it's good to be back to the origins. When I streamed Kanto 6, I think it was the last time I did not have the camera for Limbus. Running away from spoilers. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for passing by and for the raid. Thank you, buddy. Okay. That's that. We still have Drink of the Fallen. Resentment is being triggered. So we just apply Swordplay of the Homeland whenever we trigger the Pride Resonance, right? So I can just do boop. Boop. I just want to play around a bit with the Pride. There it is, Swordplay of the Homeland and the True Essence. There it is. Why didn't you get on the Arknights Enfield train? Bro, I already played one gacha. Let me have some free time in my life. If I play the... I have a friend, like, I don't know about you. Yeah, we really don't need the 3 private resonance per turn. But no, wait, no, because if I want Swordplay of the Homeland on everyone, I need to have 7 resonance, no? Sorry, Resentful Scabbard says, when activating Pride Resonance, apply Swordplay of the Homeland the True Essence on all... Ah, no! I'm an idiot! I thought it meant that, I thought it said that you apply Swordplay of the Homeland the True Essence on a number of allies equal to the Resonance. No! You just need 3! Oh! My bad! My bad, this is broken! So yeah, as I was saying, by the way, I have a friend, I have a couple of friends that play Honkai Star Rail, and I don't know, it feels, from what they are saying, like, they don't live it in this way, but whenever I hear them talking about it, it seems so time-consuming So the feeling of having to play 2 gachas, Limbus is already very generous, but having to play 2 gachas, where you have to keep up with the dailies, keep up with the pools, metas, strategies, etc. I would melt my brain. I would enjoy playing Arknight's Handfield, probably because I loved Arknights when I was much into the loop of Arknights. I played a lot of Arknights in the past. But as of today, I don't think I really have time to do that, unfortunately. Fire games are notorious for being time-consuming. Yeah, and that's what I hate. If you are done to waste my time, then I don't want to play you. Absolutely. Cute, so okay. So like, so the idea is we use the ego, and then we have forward turns where we can use Swordblade of the Homeland, the True Essence. After that, we just reuse the ego, and it happens again. I think that's the idea. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, and to cast the blood from their sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into the sheath. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately by this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while the time allows us. Right. You take that side, Agdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Agdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Ready? Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Ready? I cannot make sense of the situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and single places and buildings can't move on their own. The distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost all an entire sheet. Then, those people... They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. But by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and wraps it. And warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off of me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle, sorry. In any case, we won't be able to suppress our or cure the distortion even if the whoop we would disguise asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopa robes. And these are... The jeep emblazoned upon their headbands, Chu, bespeaks proportion and pursuit. It marks them as Chunokuns, how do you pronounce that? Ezra confirmed that this is a sheep, yeah, absolutely. Functionaries charged with the scoring and hunting runaway newbies. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in Escorp after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without threatening Escorp's coffee are seized forthwith and made nobbies of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends afore the brand of nobby could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, nobby, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people of the convergence, the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escorp operating by such the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the captured with intended transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a nobby. Such is what Escorp has become today. My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Oh! Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yisang? Or me, perhaps? Or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chunokuns generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. So basically, distortion, the distortion we are assisting right now to is basically Golden Bow 2. Basically, in a certain sense, in the sense of manifesting this kind of stuff in front of us. They are both forms of manifestation of something. One is more related to mind. Limbus Company 2! Like, this concept of the distortion seems kinda similar to those that the Golden Bow generates. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Autis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the Escorp and his Chunokuns have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with the memories most foul? The presence of Chunokun suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Headed Kim or Engdu's memories. Yeah, so yeah, it's similar to Golden Bows. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I have seen a few distortions that show trauma affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Again? The whole flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again, as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here. Tracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we are back. So, this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop? The Anchor employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and, Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery, hat-wearing colt back here and get him talking about the Chunokuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just sleeps off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Right, they're still outside of us. I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Boss Clock. Yep, I found where Bamboo-Headed Kim is right now. Oh. Wait, so it's near Heathcliff and the others? Otherwise, how can they know where Kim is? Okay. Of course Mersol does the most damage, nice. Do we have enough tickets to do a 10 pull? We need 200 to do a 10 pull. So one more stage and then we can try once again to get Engdu Ishmael. Oh, now everyone is back. Oh, well. I mean, it's the same team, but... Support. It's the same team, but we are gonna include this, the chain battle spies. Yeah. Oops. It's the exact same team, but we're gonna include the chain battle spies. Yeah. Which is just a little bit of syncing. Oh, now we have two! What does this one do? It's the same, but doesn't have the Arcanite ego. It only has the Ardo Blossom star. Whatever, it's fine. Boom. Okay. Engdu Ishmael. No, come on, Engdu Ishmael is strong. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Look at the music. Ha! Oh, bloody hell! What's up with these kids? They're showing up out of nowhere! How do I know? But judging by their get-up, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well, we could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know. But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault? Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contact area, ain't it? If they worked up with something important, we'd be ones catching hell. Listen, bud. Not everyone is itching to swipe hair coupons into their... They are never gonna let it go. They are never gonna let it go. Just to steal a hair coupon once, and forever you get pointed at as the guy that stole the hair coupons. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? Not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends that had been a cup of fine Macjolly rice wine. Okay, to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having like a dig at me? Oh dear. Such such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore of that performance. You slippery little rat. I love. He's just playing with food in this moment. He's just playing with food. Well, I don't find this amusing enough. But if you intend to play with me, you have to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there is a... Whoa, he took out all those doppel-webbing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades in marine tales never linger on the stage for long, after all. Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Damn it. Yeah, he really is, Roland. I love him, I love him. No, whoever says that he became a fraud after removing the hat is just coping. I love him so much. Okay. Ah, we're using Malkuth. Malkuth to send our ideas in that place. Okay, okay. Fair. No, I didn't use Tree Pride. Ah, we're gonna have to wait one more turn before using the Ego. Cliff X Bamboo added Kim cutscene. We kinda got it. Yeah, we kinda got it. Cute, cute.
Fucking donkey.
Whatever. Come on! This is the kind of coins I rolled when I was playing Refraction Railway, Jesus. Did you guys complete Refraction Railway, by the way? Because, like, I have heard of some people that spent a lot of time in some parts of it. Like, I too required a lot of attempts for some parts. But, what do you think? Because I didn't enjoy Refraction Railway, honestly. I did not enjoy Refraction Railway at all. Like, first of all, I don't understand why the hardest part was the first section and not the last one. Second of all, I didn't like at all the fight against the hay shows. It was fun. Fun? Like, what did you have fun? The only fun fight is the dragon. The dragon. Me when I accidentally did not stagger Honglu immediately and so he triggers his ego, which is gonna insta-kill my entire party. Like, I don't know. And me when I get redirected 2 times because there are 2 assist defense, and then Ishmael arrives from the backside and does an unopposed AoE attack that staggers my entire team. Nah. I don't know. The pairing with his spins is great, it's very cinematic. Yeah, it's cinematic the first time you do it, after that you just get bored, in my opinion. Because I lost sometimes against the Haze Show sections, purely out of just dumb luck. Because sometimes I just didn't roll heads, literally. Other times they just rolled a little bit too fast, so even if I used the Pigrizia, I wasn't able to stagger Honglu on the first turn. Like, to me, this railway is a mixed bag. Like, the fight with the... Oh? Ho 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 ho! Nice. Your Italian slipped. No, it's Pigrizia. It's Latin. Not Italian. Pigrizia is Latin. Is it pronounced Pigritia in Latin? I don't think so. I think it's pronounced Pigrizia. Am I misremembering how you pronounce Latin? I think. Whatever. Like, yeah, the... Oh, this music is so beautiful. Overall, the Refraction Railway had some fun parts. I enjoyed a lot the fight against the girl with the teddy bear. But... all the rest was just... all the rest present in there was just a little bit annoying. So what are they doing? Wait. We're using a skill of identical rank to the skill photographed. Clash power -5. Defense and skills and ego skills are counted separately. Blade arc. Expires at turn end. Okay, so this one is... and how do I know which one did I use? Ah, from the photo, I guess. That's the idea. No. Huh? Which one is that? Which skill is that? The one photographed. Where did the Labubu come from? It's to claim their bones, but it doesn't look similar. I thought it meant that with the photo... Ah, no, it's always the same photo. Okay, okay. So it's just a matter of remembering. It's written on the... It's written? Intelligence gathering. Ah! Blade Arc is... Okay, okay. Stupid me. No. Blade Arc is not the name of the skill. Where is written? Ah, to claim their bones, it's his skill, and you have Blade Arc. Oops. Okay, okay. I got it. Oops. Yeah, I did read the Blade Arc, and then I checked this. I checked Sinclair. Okay, Sinclair cannot use to claim their bones, otherwise Clash Power -5. She cannot use Blade Arc, otherwise Clash Power -5. Okay, clear. Okay. Well, not that I care. So now we just switch to Throw of the Sword. I mean, we don't have to clash in there, so it doesn't matter. And to claim their bones is not in the Sinclair skill tree. Boom. Okay. During the Heisho part, there is an orb in the center that gives a similar invulnerability. Invulnerability next turn for one skill. So, this means, first of all, you are not attacking, you're not clashing with that Sinner, which means you probably get one-sided from someone else. Second of all, and you don't have invulnerability in that moment. Second of all, the gimmick with the orb is just stupid because the Unbreakables ruin the entire idea behind it. Unbreakables counters Ishmael Shichun entering in the stage and doing an unopposed AoE. That mechanic is just bad, in my opinion. Like, that ball is the most stupid mechanic I've ever seen in my life. I just hate it. Yeah. Honglu and Faust are programmed to always be using Ego and the assist defense. Always. Okay, no one is getting photographed this time. I love taking more damage after winning clashes. Yeah, really, this really was the representation of I won the clash, then why did I take 300 damage on one character? I don't know, I have mixed feelings. The part with the Nurse Fathers was fun. The part with the... Back in the game. The part with the Nurse Fathers was fun. The part with the entirety of the middle was also very fun, and I actually enjoyed it a lot. The butterfly was okay. The dragon was really the most annoying part of everything, in my opinion. Like, totally. I don't really think if I didn't have access to, how can I say, if I didn't know already that the next parts were gonna be easier because I was in a voice chat and they were telling me no worries, it's the hardest part, I probably would have just stopped doing the railway, would have said hey Kamui, can you help me or something, because I really think I would have finished it faster. The Ashuslop part in the dragon fight was the annoying part. Absolutely. The dragon was also not fun though, because, oh boy, how fun. Every single skill he does is AoE. Like, how fun. So, let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered up to. Oh, come on! Yeah, Block just turned up out of nowhere, flapped with guns, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. And so let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Wait, hang on! Don't they have punishments or anything for... Like, he's supposed to be part of the organization because he's in debt, but he's just not helping. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust you are also aware that often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. Welcome, Brutale. Like, Kim is just being annoying for the sake of it now. He could be just, you know, helping or not being annoying. He has never left his post without a purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on. Would it kill him, give us a heads up before he goes zooming off of his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? For now. Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LC got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... oopsie, was I supposed to mention that? Was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was laxly supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us told our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around, he was outside all alone, taking down the ring out of mannequins who had locked down the elevator that leads into the LCD department. Oh. It's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm. And nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Okay, fair. Fair. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. It would have been delayed for another hour or two if they hadn't stepped in, apparently. Ooh! And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he came back looking like he'd been processed through a bit grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in a bed like a good patient in a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go in his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Block's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the Block for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard. But it didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. He scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though we were staring at obvious facts. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us. So Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him back to us, back us up. And there is no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be Block's got some stupidly sharp head on him and pieced things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments where I get a flash of that gut feeling. However you want to call it. My bossman Matthew said he could hear that kind of shit too. Said I can't hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. Okay. He would do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Like fear and anger. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That doesn't sound like someone who is lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales or to blunt their fear. Only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and Boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. Ooh! They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat their blood, even every last bastard. And boss knew it would play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like a barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no more chance. If you are saying as much, then surely it was but one among many of such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It's likely that what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense, or experience-based recognition. Okay, so yeah, all of this to say that Kim has a very good intuition. Okay, yeah, fair. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even foes. Even right now, for example, I would say, like, right now it's going pretty well with this kind of reasoning. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piece out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Kimcliff ID confirmed. Wait, are you for real? Like, are you saying it because of these? Or are you saying it because they actually said something on Twitter? Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand, and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had the room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we have been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all. Especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right there. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Mersault's clicked warning. His voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mersault? Where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner, is he washing something? I am developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please, exercise caution. Ah, okay. So yeah, we're basically in a dark room in this moment. So he's been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quite all along. Huh? Did I know you'd know how to print photographs, pal? What's that for, anyway? You expressed your wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first and now a dark room. This may not be more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial number either matched those found in the photo studio, or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The image bears a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Huh? Where did you get these photos? I brought some photos from the studio. I cannot name the location of the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Aircorp District. Buildings mostly. Hey, wait! I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docographer. Mersault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable. Hey! Flow still plays, thank you for the 5! Love your Mugenics VODs and your content, of course. Oh, Mugenic VODs! Aw! It's good to have something to watch after work. Yes, a nice little bow on top. I hate that. Happy you're enjoying the Mugenic streams. I probably am gonna stream it again once the DLC comes out. I am very curious about what they're gonna add. Thank you so much for the support, buddy. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Ironcorp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in those pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher? How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe. But how do we know if they are a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Yeah, because of the taboo stuff, I guess. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place? It's pretty far from that photo studio. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, like, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspapers? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just holding the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and throw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they are doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Mersol came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your... He still shakes the cylinder. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please, ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's Pinframe's team staff were defeated. Deduction based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Cinder Heathcliff, Cinder Glue, and Cinder Gregor have battled N-Corp Pinframe's team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up from the staircases. Damn, Mersault is so smart! Mersault is just so smart! Approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know that what Mersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial race is finished. The process is now halfway of the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Mersault, you... You should have warned us earlier! Understood, Manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Okay, that was fun. That was actually fun. It was the end of the battle, right? So now we have another battle. Chat! We can pull! We can do a 10 pull! We have another chance! We have another chance to get the fucking Engdu Ishmael. Bed for Apollo? What do you mean bed for Apollo? I'm gonna pull right now! We have one more chance to pull Ishmael! I need to take it, okay? I need to take it. Think of your Walpurgis funds. Brother, check my lunacy. 230 lunacy. No more tickets. What funds are you talking about? What funds are you talking about? These are the funds for the Walpurgis. These are the funds for the Walpurgis. These were the funds to the Walpurgis. Was it a good roll? This was the trashiest roll ever, Scuba Ball. Okay, after another stage, we should be able to... Oh, lunacy. I'm gonna do a one pull. No. After one more stage, we should be able to buy 10 more tickets. Photos. There is a lot of
Stop
story.
donating, okay?
Oh, Boomton. Sorry, the chat lagged a little bit. Thank you for the 15. Have you ever heard of the sunk cost fallacy? Yes. And it works. I will prove it. I will prove it. With the next 10 pull, we get that bitch, okay? After the battle. Okay. Something sits here with me. Amid the sprawls of S-Corp's backstreets distorted with the flash, Engdu had her gates fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gates, are those photographs? Yeah, I saw them even before. A long line stretched across the open air. Photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjul whirling rope at first and gave it a little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected enemies in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mersol stepped forward and plucked a few photos of it. Ah, because he's very tall. And they instantly brought them to me. We heard another pop. And again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught up in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sceners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mersol, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out of his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait! We're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. I played this Kanto while my room was completely dark. The shit was generally flashbanging me and every time it happened. Yeah, that's why you should always play video games with lights turned on, otherwise you're gonna ruin your eyesight. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything out in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. People? This character has a face, so he's probably gonna be mentioned. Oh, Brad! And then... who is that? The people in the photographs are all look different from one another. And then some flowers. Some dead flowers. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you would see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make hand experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to report just now. I was about to ask Faust if she had also felt a strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Mersol must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said the docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the grand magazine Sisyph. Sisyphus? There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyph... what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They are in high demand in other districts too. But the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyph. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of... wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experiences, known as Experience Batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. they can fine-tune experiences. An easier example of our understanding would be to consider why photographers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Oh! Demand for haute culture can experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier rebel fancy buildings. I would love if this existed in real life. Imagine by being able to live experiences by using photos. Like, it seems both terrifying but also appealing. Like, you could pretty much do whatever you would want to do in your life. Even for people that are, like, incapacitated or that are not able to do certain stuff, you know? Like, for example, I don't know, like a blind people could be able to see nature or something like that, maybe, with this kind of canned experiences. Like, would be so awesome. On one side, though, it would be scary. Like, maybe once you have this kind of experiences, you don't even need to go outside anymore and you just live with yourself. Does it remind you of another thing that is currently popular and going through socials, that is kinda causing even more people to stay closed at home because they have their AI girlfriend to talk to? So that's why the photos from early rebel fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph this resident at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested in for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money, just to take a single photo. That is, if they could ever manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I am not so crass as to put out a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires of emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything in the distortions has shown us so far that points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Engdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, right? They're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here. Strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced... Wow, this is the Detective Kanto, not the one we had with the Time Reaper. I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante said it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Engdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell us where we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in these photos has already been found. Oh? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from... Devil May Cry 2 reference. Looks like it's your lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Gensva's question. Huh? Ah, Dante was looking what Ryoshu was saying. Okay. DWRC. Do we... Does... Do... The... I have no idea. What is DWRC? I think she said the Weird Group Clock. Okay, I would have never realized. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Radia is with you, right? Can you put it on? Okay. Radia, you there? Huh? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec, I went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely... Pastries? What No! The monkey met another monkey! Just one for everything. Nate, can you grab extra brioche and baguette for me too? Love the ones from the street, they're so good. Guys, we are doing an operation! Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna... just throw them on TF, they are packaged. Ryoshu, can you can't treat food like that, okay? Bread has... I mean, bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like... This cupboard is rattling again for no reason. Anyway, Dante, can you give me a second if you need me to fight? Just need to cram this into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Then what it's about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Mersault had brought me. Where is that bakery you are at? Aha! Okay, we found the first person. Perfect. Just finished Mersault Canto. Welcome, Mr. Morigo. Did you like it? Okay. With the next one, we can do another 10 pull. Oh no, it's another story. How much story do we have? I mean, I'm not lamenting, but Jesus. Okay. Bakery owner. Oh, cute design. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Canary 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Autis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I'd guess it's the Canary uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at Canary should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Though she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know its name, her apathy evident in the voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you are well acquainted with him? Oh, that. Oh. The baker's demeanor changed when Autis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he would throw in the docograph in the building of my choice. He docographs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips in the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of his lovely mansion and I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct heaviness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Mersault, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition in the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However, okay, of course there was gonna be an however. What is it? Do they cause problems in the body? Do they cause you to want more? Oh, a magic can allowing me to pursue any dreamer the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Look, he's angry. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter mixed up with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. The profit is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. Huh? The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the Canary's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. I mean... okay... I see what he means. But, Memories altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become Okay. That's the part I was going to arrive. If it was just a matter of, yeah, they are artificial, they're not the real experience, I would have said skill issue. But okay, if you can become dependent on these kind of memories, then okay. A possible cause of the formation of dependence pattern is that canned experiences allows one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Are thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendid a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. I mean, okay, I like that Yi-san is saying this, but yeah, that's like saying if you drink too much Coca-Cola, you're gonna have problems in your stomach. At one point, okay, the fact that they can alter your mind, etc. Okay, that's kind of a problem, okay. But on the other side, not just addiction, they think they actually experienced something they didn't. Yeah, and I don't see a problem with that. Okay, what is the problem with that? What is the problem with thinking you experienced something you didn't? The addiction part, okay, it's pretty bad, but the concept itself of having experienced something you didn't, it's not a problem to me. What could be the problems related to that? I don't understand why. If it wasn't for the addiction, it would be Pog. It's like a gambling new experience. It's not real. Well, but if you think it's real, it is. No, if they didn't cause addiction, it would be the greatest invention in this world, probably. They will explain it. Ah, okay, so there is more. Okay. Okay, there is more. Let's continue. Become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one too much forth. Verily, does it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream roused not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. Imagine being skilled at something you are not, but start believing you are. Then just don't take a canned experience of that type if you are scared of that happening. Imagine you experience having a family and don't want to get an actual family because the memory of the fake one. Imagine you experience having a family and don't want to get an actual family because the memory of the fake one. Okay. That's a very specific kind of example, though. What could be wrong in, I don't know, doing stuff such as, I don't know, visiting. Imagine there is an experience which says, if you do this, you can go visit Mount Fuji, okay? What could be wrong in there? That now I don't want to go to Mount Fuji anymore because I've already been in there, or at least I think I did. I would go to Mount Fuji 2 times, you know what I mean? I think it can only go bad if you do it with certain types of scenarios. Like the family, for example, could be an idea. It's like having a GF, but it never existed and you want her back and never seen her again. Yeah, then don't take the canned experience of the GF, for example. Imagine in the memory you lose all your gacha pools, and since you thought that you will never gacha again. No, I think there is a margin where this can be actually good for a certain experience. I don't know. I feel like there is a margin. If this is used in a certain way, it can be fantastic. If you exceed a little bit too much, then yeah. Problem is, many people will not want to do it a second time for real. Then again, yeah, maybe you are right. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe I am all talking right now. I'm all like, why wouldn't I do it a second time? Maybe if I was in that condition, who knows what I would do. Yeah, true. Okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's just because I am thinking about it from an outside point in this moment. I love having eternal discussions regarding mechanics and stuff that doesn't even exist in the real world. I love them. Thank you, chat, for fueling my need to talk about this stuff. Imagine getting the canned experience where all your Limbus pools are all gold and none of banners. Well, sometimes I have some dreams where some stuff I would want to go in a certain way goes in that way, and then I wake up and it doesn't go in that way at all. Actually, it's going pretty bad, so... Yeah, I think in a certain way I understand what you mean. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of, why bother trying to achieve something if you can feel the same by taking the scan? Yeah. True, but even in this world, there are people that are achieving stuff, despite the cans existing, so... Yeah. Like, it will be something to use with moderation, but I think in a certain sense they could be implemented. Maybe not for everything, but, who knows? Who knows? It's interesting, though, because in my head, this is not necessarily completely black and white. Like, think even on the opposite. Think about, I don't know, people that cannot do certain type of experiences anymore. Maybe, imagine, for example, I'm gonna do a very borderline example, okay? Imagine a person that doesn't have, that doesn't have arms, okay? Engdu, okay? Imagine prosthetics don't exist, Engdu doesn't have arms, okay? With the kind of experiences, she can relieve the feeling of swinging the blade, no? Like, she may get addicted to it, that's really the only problem, but the purpose itself, the idea itself of making you relieve certain stuff is not necessarily bad. A blind person experiencing a movie, yeah, even that. Something like that, like, in my mind it wouldn't be too bad, like, she's able to relive the old days when she still had arms. People with social anxiety disorders could get help with it through the memories. Yeah, that's... I don't know much about social anxiety disorders, and I think the discussion is a little bit too complex if we go in that direction to continue, but I'm gonna say an ignorant yes, I think that could work, for example. Like, it's always about how you use certain stuff, in my opinion, never about why. Like, even stuff such as... no, I don't know if we should go into this kind of discussion. Like, I think this is the same... This can even go down into the old argument of, you know, if you drink one beer, you're gonna be a little bit more dizzy, you're gonna have fun with friends. If you drink an entire bottle of vodka, you are gonna ruin your lungs. Like, yeah, alcohol can cause addiction, yes. But that doesn't mean that the occasional beer with friends is an experience you shouldn't have. You know what I mean? Like, I think we can find a balance in there. One could argue that all singularities started as attempts to help humanity. And look where we are. True. I think it also depends on how you use it, but in any case. Yeah, let's continue. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came bargaining with all these questions and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? So, yeah, I think it's time to test the new ego of Mersault, probably. You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after prodding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady! I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? Rodion, Sorry, I have had this inside of me for this, and every single time they mentioned where is Rodion keeping her stuff, I needed to say it. They talk about memories being edited to be even more stimulating, by the way. Yeah, no, I kind of understood the meaning behind that, yeah. So you already ate some? Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the true customers. Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please! Welcome back, buddy! It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Huh? Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra posed, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice. I thought he was gonna say something serious. Alright, I'm ready. With that serious face! Freaking waste of breath! Oh, they brought back the old music. I love this. Oh, I needed these after Canto 9. I needed these after Canto 9. Ezra's angry fist dropped straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us from the whole bakery next, rope and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Merselt approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instructions. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is it the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? You are right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Huh? A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher, until they are raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. This class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? Me when I discover motion picture. The arrangement of the frames suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage. A violation of N-Corp's taboo! Only 2 enemies. Clear within 10 turns. No, I don't think it's a boss battle. No, it's just a chain. Nah, it's a non-focused chain. No, it's not a boss battle. It's just gonna be some random taboo hunters. Oh crap! As soon as I registered Mersel's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey. Specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Vergilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for caring anything that has to do with them, can they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinner, many of whom looked very beat as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we have gone through so far. Miss Foss, what will happen to us if we get the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. And Corp is not gonna kill you on the spot for just possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage. But it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Hey, okay! But if I have to go out of if I go outside, there is a possibility a vase falls on my head or I get struck by a lightning, but I'm still gonna go outside. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in the dark room. Yeah. 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 Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the permanent violator of the taboo. Really? But, team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be seeking their fixers on our butts right away. And that could buy us a time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we are really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So what does exactly frame rate with regulation entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshow. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. I wonder why... Do we know why this rule is so specific? Like, they specifically are against the recordings of the stuff inside N-Corp. Not against the photos. Why? Why don't they want the vivid experience of this place? Because of canned experience? No, I don't think it's because of... No. It doesn't matter anything. Like, why? Why don't they want to show the vivid experience of it, but photos are fine? Then, let us analyze this film and see how vivid it really is. They don't TikTok start, fair. Mersol, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Autis picked up the film roll from the ground and showed it to Mersol. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Mersol to finish, Autis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here! We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit has created these as a test result of some sorts. I think it's more that some form of recording has to exist, so photos are allowed through heavy regulation. Okay, but why do they want any kind of recording that doesn't follow these specific terms to exist? Like, what are they hiding? Because to me it seems like they want to hide something in this corporation by doing that. The sinners all gather around Autis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Must be something to do with their singularity. We will know next canto. True, possible. We will see. Maybe a movie can dispel the effect of brainwashing or of a memory can for God know why reason. Yeah, I guess the next canto will have to expand on this concept. I'm very interested. This idea is very cool. Prohibiting movies and such because of whatever the fuck may be going on in this fucking corporation or anything in this district. The flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugraphers couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression rising on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're all just gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer, the stiffness arises not from gloom, but from a strain to maintain it. If that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we are in the clear just yet. That's when bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Headsvar punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the window still. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. It almost seems like a trap. Like, having someone move slowly like this, it almost seems like as if this was a trap. In which case, this film roll does not violate the nest's taboo, correct? Or it's either a trap for anyone who finds it and thinks they broke a taboo, or it's a way for them to try to create a movie in respect of the rules of the district. Like the closest thing they can get to creating a non-canned experience movie or something similar. That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regard to aiding the violation of a wings taboo. Whew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test Encorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he would have stopped here. Based on unavailable evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on their own. But what movie would they have to do that? Sorry? But what motive would they have to do that? Okay. Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life? Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. So true! The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our corporate just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah. Must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and itched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. Yeah, I like this idea of... yeah, they are limit testing. This would be probably, in another universe, me instead of the Project Moon universe. I would love to do some limit testing. I'm very curious about the extent at which organs such as the head or the district rules, etc. go with their rules. To reach the bare minimum where it's borderline an infraction, but it's not. I would love to do that in this world. In that world. One thrilling shot through this camera, and another with the next. Until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of these parts of the backstreets to see. What? But would that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It would have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So, why would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Brett Brain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking... Bro is on his own side quest, by the way. Bro is on his own side quest. He is solving the Intervallo. He saved our sinners during battle. He is going around undisturbed, asking this information, that information. He solved the mystery of the sun shadow. Like, Bro is playing the game by himself. We're just witnessing to bamboo-headed Kim clapping the cheeks of everyone. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, it is not a taboo of Encorp to view recorded videos. But hell, where would any insane mind... well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet's blokes are down for anything long as there is coin. So, how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. I would love to stay away from the head. Yeah, but Piledara, even if you stay away from the head, like, there are both the taboos enforced by the head and taboos enforced by the district, so you're gonna have to deal with taboos in any case. Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they will lead us to wherever we need to go. To whoever we need to go. Indeed. An architecture conventions. There would be those informal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scaring the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Oh. Evidence. Please advise for... Oh. They also rated each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. These crowds sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Okay. Yeah, limit testing is something I'm very interested to do in this universe. Boom. No! Why is LCB Ishmael in here? No. Oops. Yeah. I hold no regrets. I hold the regrets having you in my team, Autis. Okay. Sorry. Oopsie. Hey. Where did they go? Is there a limit to how many times you can use a support every single time? What? Why did I lose one of the two Ankh Ishmaels? No? Did they remove me from their friends? It's just... it's random, okay, no, okay. For a second I thought that they removed me from their friends. Oops. Imagine, you witnessed Wangdu's power long enough. Time to walk on your own legs. Shigakekone! You have so many friends, it's random what it is you see. Fair. I'm almost at the limit of the friends. Please, give us another reason to have friends in Limbus. Give us some other, something else to like, you know, play the game together or make the game actually multiplayer. Because for now there is nothing. Ah, damn it. No, yeah, each time I press support it gives a random unit. Fair. Bim, bam, boom, bing, boom. You know, recently I've been rewatching a friend playing the entirety of Lobotomy Corporation. I'm almost getting the nostalgia to play it again. Then I remember Lobotomy Corporation is fucking sucks in terms of optimization, and so I stopped those kind of thoughts immediately. But you know what I would be interested to try out in the future? There is this mod for Library of Ruina called the Library of Babel, which is a mod that makes everything a million times harder. Good job winning the clash. It's a mod called the Library of Babel, which makes the game a million times harder in any single aspect. Did Mersault get staggered? Fantastic. Good job, Mersault! Good job! Now we can use the ego, perfect. Okay. Fucking idiot. Babel is cancer. I still didn't try it too much. I arrived at Mars, which is like literally the second reception or something. And then I stopped because I thought I was maybe gonna record some footage for it, but it seemed interesting. The creator of Babel isn't the best human being. Nah, drama! I'm not interested in drama. I'm interested in playing something, not on... separate art from the artist. No. I don't care. If it's something serious, of course I would care. But what can they have done at worst? Also found the new Intervallo. We're getting some more insights on Mersault. Bamboo-Hatted Kim is fantastic. I love the revamp they did on Bamboo-Hatted Kim. This almost feels as if when they changed the when they changed the Jill design from Resident Evil 1 to Resident Evil 5 in a similar way. Like him, not really a change of design, but it's more yeah, I mean, it's different because it's not gonna wear the hat anymore. I like him a lot. Yeah, this Intervallo is cool. It's they are yapping a lot sometimes, but it's sustainable for now. It's very sustainable. Oh boy. Bam! Perfect. Now we're gonna get Sword of the Homeland. Those quick camera zoom-ins and outs are awful on the eyes. You mean the game? You mean the game? No, I never had any problems, any stuff bad by watching a Limbus Company gameplay. Doesn't feel that bad, to me at least. What do you think of Resident Evil 5 so far? Pretty good. Like, it's not a Resident Evil. It's not a Resident Evil, but it's fun playing with Sabaku. It's like the game is shaking your head back and forth. Really, I don't feel that way. I don't know. I don't feel that way when playing Limbus. I never felt that way. Maybe it's just because I got used to it, I don't know. I mean, I know some friends that cannot play games like Satisfactory because they have annoyed of the screen shaking, so I guess it's something related to that, maybe. Who knows? Fair. I don't think there is even an option to reduce the camera shaking, right? Auto coin toss, show skill tools, Ego gift choice, graphics, no. I don't see anything that can remove the screen shaking or the zooming that you mentioned, so no. Ah, yeah. Sometimes it kind of felt to me a bit too text heavy. Yeah, sometimes they're yapping a little bit too much, yeah. But let's see. I don't even know where we are in the canto. If I have to say, like, we just now arrived at the gist, you know. Now we're at the taboo part of the canto, where we get this film roll. So I guess now we're gonna deal with some taboo hunters, or we meet some taboo hunters, and then we arrive to the distortion in some way, shape, or form. That's what's gonna happen. We need to see how. Chat? You know, it's time. Chat? You know, it is time. Chat? You know, it is time. Last 10 pull. It's right over here. LCD owes your team. Please, for the love of God. Something good in this world, please. No, I won't buy Lunacy. No, no, not now. No, 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 no. Pursue it, pursue it. Let's just continue. Let's just continue. Ah, I need to spend Lunacy. 64 Lunacy remaining. Whatever, whatever, whatever. I guess I will not play with my with Engdu Ishmael for 1 week. No support again. No. Okay, whatever. Ishmael is gonna be fine. Ishmael is gonna be fine. Easy, easy. Well, you know, so you have 50 boxes. I am keeping the 50 boxes. Like I don't want to go below 50 boxes. That's why. I'm keeping them as a safety measure in case they release some kind of weird game mode where you need a lot of boxes, and I want to be ready in that case. Quick question, what's your favorite female singer? Ishmael, probably. The best story in the female singer so far, and I even like the design. So I would say that. I'm saving the 50 boxes in case they release some weird game mode that needs boxes. Like, I don't like to run out of those boxes. It's weird to explain. I just know I wasted all my pores for that fucking woman. This is so bad. This is so bad. But I kind of deserve it, probably. I should have stopped gambling after obtaining the Eagle of Mersault. I should have been happy. I should have said, you know what? Let's just wait until the next Canto. Wait until the next banner, which is gonna be the Walpurgis, probably. When is Walpurgis? How much time do I have to gather resources? When is Walpurgis gonna be? I cannot physically let the counter go below 100 with modules. Yeah, I see what you mean. Going with the world stages of grief. How much time do I have before Walpurgis? Can I get like 5,000 lunacy with Mirror Dungeon, which would mean like 8 weeks or something, 9 weeks? God damn it, god damn it. Early July? Early July! I have time for nothing in that case. Perfect. Perfect. Wow, fantastic. I have like 3 weeks before the early July. I'm gonna do 1 10 pool on the Walpurgis banner and then GG. 1 10 pool, boom, finished. What is the announcer we are getting in the Walpurgis banner? What is it? I really hope it's not Bina. Bina is not right now, right? There is other stuff we're supposed to get. There is also Line 2 Bot Gak. When are they releasing Line 2 Bot Gak? That's like a 10 or 20 extra summons, so that's good. You will get 30 pulls. Ah, 30, nice. Bina! Well, guess it's gonna be time to spend money once the Walpurgis arrives. I guess it's gonna be time to spend money once the Walpurgis arrives. I shouldn't have spent all this lunacy for Ishmael. I was considering we were gonna obtain it immediately. Fuck me. Whatever. Whatever. I told you not to do it. Yeah, but it was there! It was a couple of centimeters away from us! Whatever. Instead we got the fucking announcer of this Intervallo here. God damn it. Which announcer is that? Can I look at the announcer now? Can I look at the announcer now? Or is it still... Yes, you can. Okay. Is it Engdu? Is it Kim? Ah, maybe it's Kim. That's why you didn't want me to see him. You got Twink Kim instead. Twink Kim. The spoiler was Kim Design. Oof! I dodged the bullet. Nice. Okay. God damn it. God. Whatever, let's just not think anymore about the lunacy we wasted. We're gonna get more lunacy! We're gonna get more lunacy from... No, but I'm not gonna waste any more money on... Any more lunacy on Ishmael. Goodbye, Ishmael! I hope you burn in hell. The announcer is handsome. No, don't misunderstand me. The announcer is handsome. But I would have wanted Bina. I would want Bina. Bina is one of my favorite characters of the Project Moon series, so you know. In general, all the characters that I saw in library are my top favorite. Maybe apart from Yesod or Malkuth or Hod. But like Nedzak, Bina, Gebura, Roland, Angela, so many banger characters. So many banger characters. Oh look! Callisto augmented in battle because Ishmael died. You will have Bina trust. Okay. I'll trust you. Yeah, so this cool. Yeah, but I don't really care about his character. Like, there is always gonna be a character which is someone's favorite. I even know some people that think Rodion is a good character. Ha ha ha! Rodion a good character, my ass. Oh boy. GG. Oh, wow, that's some nice damage. Good job. That's some nice damage. Don't let the Rhodia. Rodion is the worst character of the game right now. Rodion is the worst character of the game. Post that did not get a Kanto yet has more personality than Rodion. Even Autis, even Mersault. Okay, Mersault is coming, but okay. Even Autis. Like, Rodion got a Kanto, and it was a pretty bad Kanto. For now. Like, I don't even accept their story is not fully developed, because we have characters like Faust and Autis that are still already with some interesting personalities and characterization despite not having a Kanto. How dare you? With these two heads, Boomton, that's how I dare. Perfect. Pursue it too. Ah, it's just gonna be... There is something new. I still love your audio, don't listen to the evil man. The evil man! I am the evil man, really? I can do one pull. I can do one pull. You know what I can do? I can sell a Komi gift and get 400 free lunacy. Or I can sell the Imagine. No. I'm never gonna do that. No. I would never do that. No. Those collectibles are staying in my account forever. Hardly a challenge. What a what. Don't you dare. I need money to be able to pull, Nect. I need money to be able to pull. Well, at least they are not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service the Claw is not a combat specialized department. Well, they haven't undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances. They're not prepared for a head-on conflict such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a lot of creeps. Letting photos to include the report for their higher upside wager. I can kinda see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Mersault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notion in his mind? His silence shouldn't have any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Mersault! I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there is something you want to say. You aren't sure if you are supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you order should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was defiantly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for a situation like this. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. I don't be able to spoon feeding him to understand what he wants to say. Talking about right now, okay. So we have to move something, okay. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though in this particular answer has always been the only one he had available for a situation like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, huh? He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just an unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself this more speaking to Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Mouse Clock, are we just gonna sit here all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersault had predicted, we made our way to the building. Bloody hell. The blokes we fought downstairs must have been... He's saying that... In this Intervallo, Heathcliff has said bloke like 50 times. How does Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There is no end to them. It's a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they are the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with these. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an action report? That one's them is, all of a sudden. With a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chunukon face in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object afflicted to it began to rotate slowly. Yeah, it's the movie thing, the movie projector. With the dull, worn-out corona of a thing past its prime. Man! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, out is thundered in a commanding voice. Yeah. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. Oh, did they look at it? I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks to the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open and do. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? Huh? The hell is wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in Corp gets, Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's command, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you have tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Okay, yeah, I guess that's a problem that can happen. Welcome on Jetstream Sam. I guess, yeah, that's the problem that can happen, that you just don't care anymore about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You're under suspicion for a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and protect your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witness buffoonery in this absence of fools? What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? I want to record that phrase, that's fantastic. The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a barrel of echo of the dogger excoriation of tools. What is this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so happy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. Ah, okay, it's repeating. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it will be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employees' attacks, as though he was guarding with us into telling him the truth. Well, I don't suppose there is any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade transforming into a mindless field, consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both fiend and foe unrestrained. The unrestrained mentioned? Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. This really is Bambodet Kim Canto, Intervallo technically. How can I, when the distorted being has no corpse showing me the... Does he know how rude the unsullied side reflecting of the fathoms of the heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection-wrecked run. A mere ant before a car into motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, if some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Mersault Tyblow's twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Escort, followed by a boated team surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shut me deaf, Hangdu. Isn't it about the time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away? This isn't so bad, isn't it? It's just this folk so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash? What? What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection? I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason. And... that was his mechanism. Post? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Post what she had meant. The one who finds comfort settling in lies. I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks. I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did. Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group of Chunokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Ooh! A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just a stole. That armor, and the great wand of the Soul Circle, to be united in such a manner. Huh? This is an acquaintance of Kim. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it could have gone down, had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner in Gyongo. How do you fare, friend? At the signals arrow losing, seize the accursed. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. The music! And with that air-spitting sound as their cue, the Chunokun began to swarm us. Oh! Oh, this looks like the boss of the Canto, the Intervallo. But maybe it is not, who knows? Upon entering the encounter, gain 3 memory transition. Oh! Okay, the court circle, huh? Memory transition. It was stack retreat at turn end and transition into a different location. Are we gonna get teleported between the different scenarios with the photo? With the flashes? When returned to the field based on current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose swordplay of the homeland. Okay. When returned to the field based on the current at 0 memory transition stack, retreat. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so at 1 stack transition, at 0 stack transition again. Okay. Oh, there are multiple battle forms. Battle form of the homeland, Bear Hunt. The mountains of Escorps District 19 are home to all manner of beasts. Amongst them, the bear, in particular, boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliffs in a landslide. Giving group of the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. Single coin skills. Okay. And it is multi-coin skills. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until its spell does last. Fail to do so, and the tiger will escape death, or best its opponents to one day grow into a Sengan, a lord of the mountain. Whenever these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. Of course, they... I hate that they keep giving these take less damage from burn, bleed, tremor, rapture, sinking, rounded down, whatever. Gain the effect of Pit's Panic, Gain 5 to Jong Brigadine. Gain shield, blah, 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 blah. Gain one defense level down for every 2 stack. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of the unit's max HP. Okay, just attack and it's gonna go down naturally. When the Jungle Brigadine Sal expires, ending counter. Okay, so it's just a first battle. We're gonna have a rematch later, probably. And I forgot to put Ishmael, Engdu Ishmael ID. And I forgot to put the Engdu Ishmael ID. Again. We should really have I forgot counter for this kind of stuff. Okay. Let's try again. Let's try again. The girl nobody invited. Boom. Better. Better. Okay. Now, let's enjoy this battle. Let's enjoy this battle. Well, since the gimmick is dealing damage, I guess we have the proper team for that. Boss of Intervallo is a Dragon Warrior. I don't know if this is the effective boss. Maybe there is gonna be another battle after this. Because it's I think it's gonna end the encounter before we can defeat this thing. Okay. What am I seeing? A boss fight that doesn't have unbreakable coins? Thank you. Wow. Wow. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming in this moment. Wow. So to tell you, boss, if later he's gonna have some attacks which are unbreakable, is fine. At least I am able to go a full turn without any unbreakables. That's what I like to see. Like, if later he has 1 or 2 or 3 unbreakable coins attacks, it's okay. But being able to see a clean view of no unbreakable was good. Okay. We got our 3 points so we can begin the fight with the ego. No, Ishmael! Ishmael! I have no words. I have no words. How this won the clash? Ishmael didn't. Both. There must be some secret passive that is making us roll lower, because there is no way we are rolling so many tails. Okay, it's supposed to be a 50-50. Boom. Better now. I'm pretty sure we can just win, right? At 7 plus swordplay of the homeland sale, convert all coins into unbreakable and deal more damage. Plus rules deal less damage. We don't have enough skills to clash with everything. You don't have 7 sword length, so I guess I can... Yeah, he's attacking edge, right? Yeah, we just go. I think we can just win rate because of the power we have in our current team. Probably.
Stop donating,
Boom, thank you for
okay?
the 15! Your sinners roll tail simply because they are Chad Max. Boom, done. It's not a good day. I already lost all my lunacy because of Engdu Ishmael, okay? It's not a good day, really. Thank you so much, buddy. God, I hate this. The fact I'm gonna stay forever with this mark on my body. Okay. At least now the VL battle is gonna begin. I always run bailout is for bullet assisted suicide. You know, initially, before reading the ego, I was thinking about implementing the blade lineage in the team just to make them killed from fell bullet. So that Mersault would trigger his own passive and the others would be... and we would get an actual good team. But then I cut it off when I saw that you can literally boost the power of all the blade lineage thanks to the new ego. So I think they designed this ego kinda okay for what it's supposed to be. I just hope they don't follow this design philosophy forever, because it may be very annoying. Okay, triple pride. Anything problematic? No, we're clashing with everything. Dominating, GG. Okay. Yeah. Overall, it's looking pretty strong. Like, gaining extra final power and coin power for free. It's looking pretty strong. It's ego sync like in Ruina, so it's gonna be here to stay, emo. I prefer much more to have identities like Dawn Office Sinclair, where you manifest the ego mid-battle, rather than having this ego that, like, meh. I don't know. Give it up, oh, yes, give it a blue, yeah. Poop. Okay. Okay. Huh? Okay, Tedzera. It's fine. We're actually fighting the... We are actually fighting the projector in the real world! Welcome, Savagno Mato. I love that you're fighting a projector. Is it, it has passives. I think I should just focus all the damage on the projector, maybe. Do I have any good AoE? Oh, I can use Toracalgia. Yeah, that's the whole reason I'm running Toracalgia, to be able to use it with the poise. It's gonna give you more poise in the long run. Regret on Mersault. It doesn't say anything about the next change of scenery, so I think we're gonna stay in here for a while. Double poise. Oh, his favorite, okay. Okay, triple poise, so we trigger the passive of the ego. And you get the arsenal damage to the projector, at least. You need to kill the box. Yeah, no shit. Of course I need to kill the box. But I want to try to first get some other egos in place. Because I think the battle is not over. Or at least it's far from being over. Oh, good job. Nice. Okay. Toracalgia, so now we're gonna slowly gain a passive healing regeneration. Good. Perfect, we should be fine. Damn, look at the 10 plus 10. Yeah. I may go back to poise at this point. For Mirror Dungeon, it must be good to have poise. For Mirror Dungeon, it basically means that... how do you say it? It could be fast, like, Poise is all around, you know, dealing huge damage. I think it's gonna be just faster to run Araya Yoshu solo, but it's an alternative, probably. To run Poise in the Mirror Dungeon. Uh-huh. And we are back. This is still the same battle. Nothing changed, huh? Ah no, this one was already there before. We only have one flask, so I'm gonna use the ego again. And equally got lifetime stew. Wait, do I actually use lifetime stew? Right now it's gonna go entirely on my... Ah, it's not uptied, so it doesn't have a attack weight of 7, so no. It would have been cool to use the Ego Amplifier bonus for once, but I think it's gonna be next time, honestly. Dominating, so we have 3 poise, and let's go. Battles are quite long compared to other gachas, but also looks complicated as fuck. Yeah, at one point you do like me. I complained a lot about the complexity of Limbus, and I'm gonna keep complaining probably. But at this point I just accept that I don't care if I don't understand what's going on. Like, there are so many things to keep track of, and so many different variables between the different enemies you're facing, the passives, all the stats, status effects your character have. Like, at this point, I just don't bother anymore. I click the buttons and I hope to win. Honestly. Because, like, it's just too much. It's just too much. It's the kind of stuff you unless it's a very specific and difficult challenge like a Refraction Railway, where maybe you try to put some more effort into it. But in general, I just don't bother trying to understand everything that is happening anymore. Hey, are we gonna reduce the shield in this same turn? It's only 1500 more. No, 1500 HP with 3 attacks, it's impossible. At least now, in the current conditions. But look at that poise. I would love if Yisang could get some reused coins for the one... you know, a reused coin would be broken on Blade Lineage IDs. Because of this Sword of the Homeland that gives coin power based on how many coins the skill has. So being able to reuse the coin would mean you do get the coin power, considering, for example, 1 coin. But then if you reuse it, you have that coin power for all of them. That would be broken. And I would love it. Hopeless? Sinclair? Not anymore hopeless. Okay, easy. Boom. I mean, I think we're gonna... I don't know if the battle ends before the end of the turn, after we bring him to 0 speed, to 0 shield. But I guess we're gonna discover it. Look at Mersoul, that's so cool, that's so cool! Good. Looks cool, especially since NPCs fight with you. Don't get used to it. Like, in the last cantos that are currently being released, we have NPCs that fight with you. But we had to wait a while to start getting that kind of mechanics. A while. It was not that common back in the days. Not that common at all. Also, I think not everyone is a fan of this kind of battles, because, you know, having Ezra in our team, which is on the level of colors, literally simplifies battles a lot. And such, but to be honest, Limbus is not really the kind of game where I would say that you can express your skill or something like that. Like, of course, there can be skilled people at Limbus, but I don't even want you to treat this game as some 17-head chess. This game is not that complex, like in terms of how much you can make a strategy. The first time was Canto 6. No, Linnare, the first time... Oh, no, yeah, sorry. I thought you said Canto 8 for some reason. Yeah, it was Canto 6. The Wild Hunt. Okay, that should be it. Because the battle ends after we remove the shield. Is the vision gonna disappear after we do that? Are we solving the distortion with these? Or is it just a minor product of the distortion? Like, this doesn't seem to be the source of the distortion itself. Yisang! Woof! Good job, buddy. Really good job. Yeah, it's crazy. With this ego, these ideas seem to be of this season. Seem to be seasonal ideas in terms of power. How is it not even rolling that low? Yeah! Pretty satisfied. Pretty satisfied. Huh? Huh? Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. Uh-oh. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the Sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Edvar and Dagdu were here to help us out. But, shit! Haven't they had enough? How about they give up? How about haven't they give up, ain't it? Oi. You gonna get in the... Huh? Sorry? That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they are the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit is blocked. It ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the briefing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyeong-Yeop. How do you pronounce that? I'm Im Gyeong-Yeop? Maybe? Im Gyeong-Yeop. Im Gyeong-Yeop, who was winging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... oh, you're fighting too? Hangdu, your cover is back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest and had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Outis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the Sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there is any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. Then second, will defeating Im Gyeong-Yeop or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current state of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without the reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon, at the very least. Post recommends entering the Dungeon of the Phantoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Phantoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe during the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE. He says that all you have to do is read what's on that node in front of the distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords! This one seems to be a location-type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we are still within its range. So are we gonna enter into a mirror dungeon? In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Phantoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present through the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience with one of them. Yisang puts his 2 cents in it, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining in his every trail. It must have owed in relation to what has caused this distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a taut line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. And experience? Most likely thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, can experience. not seem to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make Ken experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that ripping effect. But it was clearly not enough to open, to force the dungeon open. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were talking about taking turns to sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after the other, I thought it was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of... yeah, they're just talking as if there is nothing happening. All kinds of mundanities come to process far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secret invisible to eye focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd likely product for information has tales to tell about him. Each tale added another faces to the long saga of a once-driven man. A man who, with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards the next residence. Who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent of a scrap head-on apartment. In pursuit of his reality, the man has lost the grip of fortunate reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. Yeah, this is the Count of Bamboadet Kim. This is the Count of Bamboadet Kim. He is doing everything. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No. I had seen that look only once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice than that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboadet Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's patterns. Well then, we will be right behind you, executive manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen there, what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathoms. This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra... Oh, okay, so Ezra is getting out of the main party, so we're gonna fight the final boss of this interval alone. Oh, finally! Finally! No. Uh-oh. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboadet Kim stepped up. My Zordam's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect a warrior. He was... What the fuck? WTF, huh? What a terrible fraud. Ah! Oops. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Swordswinger? You're not some kind of... some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing entering a dungeon of the Fathoms. Will bring one of the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own. For that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shit about. Wait, get us in there, yeah? Oh, that's, he keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end. We're in the last day of your vacation. Chat, can you stop yapping? Chat. They can stop yapping like we're in the middle of a battle. How much time do we have to talk? Yeah, in some parts the Intervallo really feels like there is too much yapping at times. Amagashiki's cupboard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GP. Okay. That was cute. Face the homework, save the GPA. They love their face something, save something else kind of quote. Face the scene, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Save the GPA. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB can. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand. Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. It was basically a monster of the week situation of the team leader, and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the infection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah, well. Guess I'll just have to trust our two other team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm sending a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Hang too. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? I'm your jester, you need a worried. God, Hang too, come on. Okay, so we're gonna have our final mirror dungeon before the end. Probably. Bada bam! There we go! Question marks fathoms. Well, there is nothing else to say then, this is it. Can I bring the support? Okay, fortunately it works even in mirror dungeon. Let's go then. I think it's the first time in my life I use a support, and it's just because I wasn't able to pull a unit. If that's how everyone has been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is Hescorp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeons into Escorp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an Escorp. In an Escorp-themed haunted mansion. It's a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the phantoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how Escorp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the consular, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another had walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a weak tunnel I have passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward a man on the straw roof. Im Gyeonggyo. Are you home? Are you home, I asked. What a strange visitor we have. Ooh! I love the design! Huh! What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really, how? I can see you up there, lunging on the roof. I'm not going to speak on the door to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in... Oh, it's a woman! Vested in war-stride armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why? Who else might she be but the military commissioner Gyeongyok, the principal of the famed in my family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principled. Not a compliment, you see. Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at the precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I would never let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression! Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? I've got a friend in you. Yeah, it's like Toy Story. Toy Story 5 gets released very soon. Fine. You have a point. Guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to this sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled. Well, the world we live in is as vast as the diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you are surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same lurk that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib. Bamboo Rain Hat. Ah, okay. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of the sword another way to the nest, as the right state considers sword guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that they have merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just a word of the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-headed Kim, thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two. 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue trade lip-sync outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I have been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really? Stalking someone is not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, through the mister, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not be expected among fellowship of close mutual bond? You don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? Ah, I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukjeon? Rock tossing? Sukjeon, okay. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passerby. Leon, that's the wrong deed! I suppose it is. People are murdering each other, we are murdering people, but God forbid you throw rocks. People of Pipillo and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the pea and the downtrodden cheer me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. How curious. Then is it a right deed or a did not right? Pipillo? Sal? Whatever is that they were describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name. Sal Pipillo Agro Industries. Really? Sal Pipillo. Sal Pipillo, I love that name. Sal Pipillo, okay. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of his responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 core circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Pipillo. each meaning flesh, blood, and bone respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Pepaya responsible for meat and livestock, and P in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, he must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. Did that first time passed? Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo! Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo, Sal Pepillo. Kind, okay. Do I pass? It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that it would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesterday now lie solid. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief statue councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councillor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seas of the left state councillor. When such a shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even kill the lands as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emancipated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone? Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them to both to yield? What an interesting phrase you're saying in there, Kim. An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Ho ho ho! Then the people whom thou have targeted with the die rocks were... they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the consular finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not let but reach as such in the presence of the scurrying rats. Is the road you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh out now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. I wonder why they are covering the face of Gyeongyop. Like if there is a reason other than not allowing us to see that. Those whose corruption is revealed out to readily receive their Scarlet Ultra bonds. The goal to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. The men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that's your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Would I want to get thrown into the dungeon steamingly with the real vermin? Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a Zord and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get on his tongue while on duty for the right state councillor. Ah! Return to this chaga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ah. Huh. She's a funny one, huh? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... correct. Have I mentioned her a few times as drinking fellow had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state councillor, who was the P faction. Aww. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Hengdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. What's wrong about that? It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinant official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state councillor, who is a first ordinant, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up an exile from S-Corp? Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as Resident Swan, Mentor. We made the Blade lineage our home, for S-Corp prevailed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinkle of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Bro, it's kinda heavy in terms of dialogue now. Oh, okay, there is a little mirror dungeon we can go through now. Very long. It's kinda heavy in terms of how much stuff they are yapping about, though. Like, they didn't... this doesn't need an intervallo. This needs an entire canto, probably. Or, like, at least a part of a canto. Like, I don't say... Oh, no! I accidentally clicked Silent Path. Ah! Illusory Hunt. Pog. Pog, damage up. We are running poise. Okay. Well, we're gonna run the exact same team. I don't think there is a reason to change it. Yeah, you know, I'm starting to feel like I would have preferred, like, if you want to dive deeper into a character like Kim, maybe they could actually have dedicated something more than an intervallo. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm gonna change my mind once I see the full story. But this really seems like they tried to mix up too many things together between a story in the N-Corp, the whole deal with this photographer distortion, and Bamboo had Kim in the process, you know what I mean? I don't know. How do you guys feel about this interval? I'm liking it, I'm liking it, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it's bad, no. But, a little bit word heavy, let's say. It's always good, but the other gifts were great. Whatever, we got damage up. It's gonna be fine. Look at your new companion for this battle. Wait, we have a new companion. I did not see them. Oh. Let me see. After we do the best to claim their bones ever. I love that. Okay. My new companion. Ah! Level 81. 21 levels above us. Look at him. Pretty standard moves. Yield my flesh 30 minus 8. Used to claim their bones after being hit. Let's use to claim their bones. 16 plus 4. Coin power plus 2 for the final coin. Passives. Gain brand no. Base offense level minus. Okay, I guess to balance it out, probably. Okay. Some generic stuff we do pride resonance. I was expecting some other lines of dialogue. Yield my flesh to kill their bones. Okay. Cute. Let's just go now. Some events count for over 200,000 words in Arknights. No, you remember, someone one time said something very interesting about Arknights. That if you pick together the entirety of all Arknights dialogue, it's multiple times the Lord of the Rings dialogue. That's so funny to think about. Like, in the time in which you read the entirety of the story of Arknights, you could have read multiple times the Lord of the Rings. Are the only playable characters the Sinners, or can you also get some other of the NPCs later? You see, the gimmick of this game is that you get the NPCs as schemes for your characters. The idea is that there are IDs, which are alternative reality, alternative universes version of the characters of the NPCs, but as your characters, basically. For example, Bamboo-Headed Kim, we have Mersault Bamboo-Headed Kim, for example, to make you understand. What do we have in here? Let me ask if we can help. Gluttony Pride. Mersault. Okay. Baekia Water Dropper. When an allied identity gains assist defense, this would be great for Ishmael. This ally gains 2 damage up and 2 protection. A number 1 deployed identity gain 2 haste next turn. When an identity's speed is faster than the enemy's, deal more damage. I know who to put. Who can I put as number 1 deployed identity? It's time. Bro, time has finally come. I'm gonna put 2 haste on him, so there is a chance I can actually take advantage of this 5 paralyze. The time has come. The time has come. Sinclair in position number 1. The time has come. Oh, Sinclair. It's your time to shine. Okay, now this is at the bottom of the pack. I find it so funny that they gave a skill that applies 5 paralyze in the same turn to a unit that has a speed of 2-5. Old seasons were tough. Old seasons were tough. 2-5 on a 3-star. Jesus Christ. If it was a 3-6 or 3-7 unit, it would have been a million times better already. Like, there is so many people don't like Blade Lineage Synclavis because to claim their bones is not an incredible skill, and because of that same turn paralysis thingy. Like, I think they needed to be just slightly changed to be good units. I really hope if they actually implement up Type 5 that they're gonna give us what they deserve, such as fixing even the Season 1 units. There are some units which are just unusable. Some units are just unusable from Season 1. I mean, now Sinclair is gonna go a little bit faster at least. Time has come. Lord of the Rings has around 450,000 wars, so with 3 events they easily beat that. Yeah. But that's funny to think about. Because usually when I think about big books, I think about Lord of the Rings. No, yeah, I can imagine Mirror Dungeon, it's decent. Viable. But in Mirror Dungeon, I don't think you need the paralysis. Maybe, actually, maybe in some challenges I can see the paralysis coming in clutch. Especially later on when the enemies are gonna just roll for a million extra power from coins, probably. Our corporate is very usable. Yeah. No. Some Season 1 identities are either broken, like very usable, like Arcotic, if I can see what you mean. But others are just useless. I know, because the Season 1 were completely unbalanced, and they weren't following any rules in terms of design making. Like nowadays IDs have some rules in terms of what coins, what numbers you gain from coins, the speed that the IDs have, and so on, okay? Back in the days, no, there wasn't that kind of stuff. Like, there are skill 1s, skill 2 that have multiple coins, too many coins, skill 1 that have too many. Like, they weren't following a formula for that. Captain Ishmael, terrible is SP mechanic. Captain Ishmael, I love using Captain Ishmael, even nowadays. Prison guards. No, we had to fight, probably. What about the story? Are we just gonna reach the end? Maybe it's just the first floor? Like, I was expecting to find story nodes every single time we do a battle, but he said nothing. Ah, there they are! Okay. I was starting to be worried. No, it can't be. My life is... the experiences. The memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Ooh! Him came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same Morse speech we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Have you? Had a peek into my memories where I had distorted, did you? I must say, I remember this place from that Intervallo. It's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Him grinned sheepishly, as though to clear the air. But it was becoming rather clear to me that what he was doing. That his flippant manner and seemingly devil may... For a second I thought it was written devil may cry, devil may care attitude were fun, but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be... indeed, the Red State Councilor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected. Felt was worth protecting. He pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Engdu. Take a tall step over, or you might trip. Huh? There were bodies splayed around the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated. Some had their torsos split diagonally! Wow! Me when Gabriella discovers she can split diagonally, so it's neither horizontal nor vertical. GG. And some of them were so mangled that they could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Huh? Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Phantoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bambua that Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councillor's life was always as precarious as candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants, whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councillor, with the chief statue councillor's blessing, so to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kinda like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than their chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassin, I recall figuring out just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councillor's power had gone into loom over of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt of the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the room, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, no poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the whole scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councillor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see what the fate of his repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right councillor. I see that you have been hard at work. A cursed parasite. Play you alive but reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some goal you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You bring the home of the honorable right state councillor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppressing upon the sentiment like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers! Arrest that man butcher! Huh? What? The accused shall lead these crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the reverted right state councillor arrived at the royal court. This audacious Count Melius effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day of read of the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by his villain. And now, the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are perforced to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way to the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? Might you be looking for the right state councillor here alive and well? Huh? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Do you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state consular service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland. Nor are you the Ugium, the cloud blade, okay. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. I'd keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though Escorp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudly. Fearing the worst, we were able to protect the right state consular. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the right state consular's life, the butcher's man has already watered the ground with Escorp's laborers. The very lifeblood that runs in the veins of his most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the consular's Zorn guard, Kim Lib. He does, O villain! You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ongjion, and with that brand of a novice upping your strength. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Yangyo? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking for. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The consular has abandoned me. There is no path forward. So Pipiello, aggravated injustice is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. This wasn't like the Kim Soul update story at all. Actually, yeah, I wanted to ask, because I don't remember the update story. The update story of Mersault was different, right? I do remember much about it, but I'm pretty sure it was not saying all this kind of stuff. And, even if it was, I mean, you know, no, it would be kind of weird. It's maybe possible that the story we see of that Mersault is conditioned by canned experiences, maybe? No. Would be a bit weird. I should probably have to